I hit start, but I think... Does it just go? We live? We live. I think we're live. Check, check. 1, 2, 3. We in the house, chat. How we doing? It's the national anthem. I've been informed by my producer, so we're going to give our respects. Still going, huh? Still going? It's been like 2 minutes.
I know you can't hear, but it's a lovely rendition.
Okay.
Let's say thanks to our...
Thank you to any service members, veterans. We are trying to be respectful while they play the national anthem in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Still going.
Okay.
All right.
Officially ended. I know you're
Great.
so excited to start this.
Sorry, I thought I timed it out because you said like 2 minutes ago. You were like, they've started the national anthem. I'm like, great, this is going to be perfect. We're going to go live. It's going to end, and it's going to time out great. What's up, everybody? We seem to be rolling just fine. We already got our first super chat in the house, kicking things off. What did I just agree to? I'm trying to get it so I can sort just by super chats here. All right, here we go. From H. Brassy, Jason Tatum is the best player in the world. Jokic is horrible on defense, and that's half the game. Okay, we got a big NBA fan in the house. Brassy coming in with the NBA love out the gate. Thank you for the super chat, Brassy. Echo, welcome in. We are super excited to have you back for what, year 5, year 6? Who knows at this point? But yeah, let's get going, man. It is draft night. Always one of the best weekends of the year. Just a celebration of phenomenal draft season yet again. Thanks to all of you guys for all the views, all the interactions, all the comments. Absolutely super excited tonight. We are joined by my co-star tonight, Teddy, back at it again. Shout out to my wife, Anna, back with us again. Probably year 5, year 6, helping us out with the graphics. We're going to be coming at you with live grades. We've got highlights this year. We're gonna be rocking and rolling this year. I am super excited. I did want to have a little bit of a discussion here about the story of the 2025 draft going live. We got our act together this year. It feels like most years we're stumbling into this live stream. We are 15, 20 minutes ahead of schedule before the first overall pick. We're moving up in the world in terms of preparedness. But I wanted to just have a little discussion and think back and look forward about what is the 2025 NFL draft. Maybe there are some people tuning in that haven't been grinding the positional rankings videos and watching the tape. So I came up with 3 key points about this draft class that I think we will look back on this draft and say that's what this class was all about. And number 1, shout out to Deion Sanders. I think this year's draft is going to be very much about his legacy as a coach, at least early in his coaching career. Who knows what is on the horizon for him, but 2 of the, I would argue, the 2 most popular players in this draft class come from Deion's program, of course, starting at Jackson State, moving through Colorado, all of the documentaries, the primetime games, the one-off games on, Friday nights. Like, he has really built that program into something special, and the 2 players that he really, there's a lot of guys that probably deserve a lot of love. Some of them will be drafted this weekend, but Really, the two players that helped do it with him, his son, of course, Shedeur Sanders, and the fantastic Travis Hunter, a two-way player, wide receiver and corner, says he wants to do both in the NFL. He wins the Heisman Trophy. So, man, that's like what, people are coming in to watch the draft for that aren't your draft junkies. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Shedeur, man, because maybe the craziest story in this entire draft is that the most popular player, Shedeur Sanders, might not get drafted in the first round tonight. We will find out, of course, throughout the next 4 hours. But he's fallen. He has absolutely fallen. I talked about this when I was in Dallas for the Shrine Bowl, where he was in attendance and I'll be kind and just say opted not to partake in any of the practices, the game, any of that stuff. He showed up for a day, did some interviews, and left. Then the combine rolls around, and he doesn't throw. He doesn't do any of the drills. He doesn't do all this stuff. And I think, with hindsight, I think it's pretty fair to say he would do this process a little bit differently. And, throw a football before his pro day. And we are sitting here now in April, and a lot of these teams are saying, well, you know what? He's more of a late first, early second round guy. There's a lot that comes with his name coming in, with his dad being, so involved with him as a player. I'm not going to say it's a bad thing or that it's baggage or anything like that, but it is something that is just an extra deal that you have to handle if you draft him. So I do think we are going to find out tonight. Obviously we're going to find out. We're going to get through all 32 picks. But we can go through the scenarios. Like, where is Shedeur actually going to get drafted? It starts, I think, at number 9 is probably the very first spot he could go, to the New Orleans Saints. That's a huge pick for the Saints. They're going to be telling us with that pick if they're going to do what we all kind of think they should do and kind of go with the tear it down rebuild approach. Taking a quarterback with the 9th pick for a team that's not really ready to hit the ground running with that quarterback, when that quarterback would be kind of considered a reach at that point, that's a really tough place to kickstart a rebuild, man, for Shedeur and for the Saints. I don't think they're going to do it at number 9. And if he drops out of that spot, we've seen crazy slides happen where we go through all the picks in the teens and we look up and realize, wow, Shedeur's still here. And that's when you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers at pick 21. And the only other real scenario is if a team is trading back into the first round to take him. So Pittsburgh Steelers absolutely could think about it. They're kind of the ultimate wild card in terms of where he might end up. But to kind of wrap up the Colorado, Deion Sanders, Shedeur, Travis Hunter opener here, what a story it would be if, say, Cleveland, who is 99.999% going to be taking Travis Hunter with the number 2 pick, Cleveland, who does need a quarterback, what if they come back up into the first round and, to quote the great movie Draft Day, make a splash and bring in both Shedeur and Travis Hunter, reuniting those two guys. And I think that would be so exciting if we saw that tonight. And as someone that's been kind of, I would say I was early in terms of pushing back on the Shedeur train. I did Cam Ward and Shedeur breakdowns back in December and said, yeah, Cam Ward looks like the guy would take number 1. Shedeur, I think the title of that video was, this is apparently a top 5 pick at the time. Well, that's aged out pretty well. But the point I'm trying to make here is that it's kind of come full circle where, okay, if he goes end of the first, where he is the number 20, we can pull up the big board this year, or at least we should be able to pull, there it is. We can pull up the big board. I'm sorry, I should be able to turn the Teddy cam off with this too. I might have to take a look at that in a minute. That's weird. I don't know why I can't get you off the screen. There we go, Teddy. We have Shedeur actually at 27 on the big board. So I still think he's worth a first round pick, just more at the end of the first. We could be kind of becoming full circle in a spot where I actually think he would be set up for a lot of success with Stefanski, and of course reunited with his superstar wide receiver Travis Hunter. So that was the first story of this 2025 draft I wanted to talk about. But we do have some super chats here I want to address before I get to my second big narrative. Wow, you guys are pouring in hot and heavy. Wow, thank you so much for the support. This is incredible. Already from Christian. They want Teddy back. We can put Teddy back. Absolutely. No one cares about my big board. We just want Teddy. All right, let's go through these super chats. So we've got Christian, year 5 with TFG for the draft, hoping for Genty, bear down. Yes, I think everybody in Chicago, including the Chicago Bears, are praying that they can somehow get Ashton Genty, the superstar running back, one of the best running back prospects. I'll just play it safe and say of the last decade, but he's really special. If you take positional value out of it, I think everybody would agree he is the best player in this draft class. So it's expected he's going to come off the board, pick 5 to the Jags, pick 6 to the Raiders. But yeah, for the Bears, if he's there at 10, the NFL is going to have to pay them to take longer to make that pick. They're going to be so eager to send that card in. But they could also be getting a little bit aggressive. They have a pair of second-round picks as well. Could they tempt Jacksonville to maybe come down to 10, and the Bears could come up for Genty? So from Peter, who do the Packers take to give us the TFG meltdown this year? So who would be the pick the Packers could make that I would just be so disappointed? I don't know that there's any somewhat reasonable predictions that would make me truly melt down circa Quay Walker. That one was completely out of left field. I had Quay Walker as a 3rd-round talent when they took him, and at a position of linebacker that you guys have heard the rants before. It's just not a highly valuable position. But we have seen Brian Gutekunst do stuff like that before, so it would have to be something that I just do not see coming at all for it to be a true meltdown. But there are some guys I'm kind of anticipating that they might take that I would just be like, not the direction I would go. The number 1 guy would be, I think, Shamar Stewart. Big, powerful, athletic edge rusher out of Texas A&M, but just 4 sacks in his last 2 years. A guy that, not to be mean, but like he just doesn't really know how to play football yet. He just comes out there, tries to smash the guy in front of him, misses a bunch of sacks, doesn't really have any pass rush moves. He would be the guy that I'm like, why take him when, number 1, they need wide receiver, they need corner, just pressing needs for those two for those two positions. But also, why take a guy like that when you're still waiting to see if Lucas Van Ness, almost an identical prospect that they took 2 years ago, that was always going to be a 2 or a 3 year project. Why take a guy like Shamar Stewart and cut off Lucas Van Ness's path to development? That would be probably the one that would really tick me off. Another guy that's in a similar realm there would be Mykel Williams, same position, edge rush. Brian Gutekunst loves himself some Georgia defenders. And, I do think at least Mykel Williams is a better overall football player. I think he defends the run better, so he would bring a higher floor to the table in that situation. But just someone that I, again, don't see a lot of pass rushing upside and a role that I don't think you need to take in the first round, given where they're at. So those are the 2 guys that would just be like kind of C grades for me. Obviously, depending who's on the board, too. If there's a huge run on wide receivers and they have to adjust, it is what it is. But those are the 2 names that I'm kind of like, please no. All right, from Wade, Pacers in 4, Celtics no more, Brasi. A lot of NBA chats in the comments tonight. All right, next super chat from Nick. Welcome back, Nick. I don't know why my scroll's not working here. Is this like, I just want to see if that's maybe.
I actually don't think I'm even on.
That's why it kicked me off. Hold on. All right, let's see if I can get that back up. Sorry, guys. All right, here we go. You guys are awesome. So many super chats pouring in. I'm gonna try to get to all of these here. So, yep, Nick, welcome in. Thank you for the super chat. Is the Mason Graham fall talk legit? So Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan. I think 5 to 12 is his range. You know, he's not the biggest defensive tackle. He's got shorter arms. There's going to be some scenarios in the 6, 7, 8 range where teams are talking themselves into other players. So I could see him slipping into that range. Anything past 12, I would be very, very surprised, though, because I think the Niners and the Bears, if he's there, both picking at 11 and 10 respectively, would slam that card in. Also, is Tyler Booker at 28 an A-plus option for Detroit? Yes. I still really like Tyler Booker. He just has to go to the right north and south blocking scheme. It's a very good fit, assuming they want to do the same stuff they did with Ben Johnson. They do still run a lot of wide zone, and they like to get those pullers out in space. But I would absolutely love that for Detroit. I'd probably be more of an A option for Detroit than like A plus, if we're being nitpicky. But Tyler, Raider Nation, wants Ashton Ginty. Absolutely, I can already picture him in the silver and black. From Sam, Hunter gets paid like a quarterback if he's an elite wide receiver and corner. Yeah, that's another interesting conversation that these teams are going to have. And I haven't even really spent too much time thinking about it. Maybe that's my fault. But, like, yeah, when that first contract's up or when you got to extend him, Travis Hunter, that is, what does that contract look like? And is that valuable, paying one guy the salary of two positions? It's interesting because if he gets hurt, that's like two superstar players in one that aren't available for you. So that is, I think that point alone would inevitably knock it down so that he's not making like 60 million, but yeah, he's probably making 45, 50 million if we're accounting for like today's contracts where Myles Garrett makes 40, Jamar Chase makes 40, that type of thing. But it's definitely, I would think, a conversation that Cleveland would have wanted to have with Travis Hunter and probably Deion Sanders and figure that all out. From Matthew, thank you for the super chat. If the Browns trade out of Travis Hunter, I will have to take a break from the NFL and unsub, unfortunately. Man, Matthew won't even pop in to watch the TFG vids. We'll miss you, but I don't think they're going to do that. That would be pretty tough. I will say this. If they're trading out, that means they are getting like an absolute haul from Jacksonville or New England or whoever it might be. It's not all bad, but definitely if you've been talking yourself into, great, we're getting Travis Hunter for all this time, it's tough to kind of lose him, if you will. Hunter with the super chat, not even a comment, just coming in to support the channel. Oh, he did say, whoops, meant to type, who's the most overrated prospect in the draft? Coming in with the heavy hitter there. Most overrated prospect in the draft. Shout out to Arif Hassan, who puts together the consensus board. I sent in my board, and then he has it automated, so it sends you feedback based on like who you ranked way lower than consensus. So a couple of those names would definitely be Jalen Walker, very fascinating player. We might not have time to finish up my scripted narrative from the start of the draft, but one of the things I was going to say is there's a lot of players in this draft that it's like, they're really good, but there's a lot of players that have large caveats attached to them that make this draft very much a crapshoot. And Jalen Walker is one of those guys where he's kind of this positionless player that's expected to go number 8. The Panthers are expected to take him number 8. And as a closet Panthers fan, not even so much a closet Panthers fan at this point, I would have to be a little bit disappointed in the Jalen Walker pick. I just don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze in terms of risk reward. The reward is quite big, but he has massive bust potential if you're taking him, who played a lot of linebacker at Georgia, moving him to the edge where he hasn't really played much. He's got short arms. He's undersized. I don't even like him more than Nolan Smith, who played a very similar role for Georgia. Nolan Smith went 32nd to the Eagles, took a little bit of time, turned into a really good player, of course. But Nolan Smith even played a lot more real edge for the Bulldogs than Jalen Walker. So he's probably, for a top 10 pick, someone I would have to call out. Viewers of the channel know Jahdae Barron's a player I am lower on. Cornerback out of Texas, expected to go top 15, top 20. I like him a lot as a slot corner. I just thought his coverage tape was pretty overrated for the way people talk about him, like he's Trent McDuffie, and I just didn't see that sticky coverage ability from him. So I have Jahdae Barron 48th on my big board, more of a second-round talent. So I would say he's up there. And then another guy I will say I am very low on is more of a day 2 talent, but Azariah Thomas out of Florida State. You guys will have time to go and maybe watch some of these positional rankings between today and tomorrow. I broke him down in my cornerback rankings video, why his speed really concerns me for the style of player that he is. But I've got Thomas as more of a late 3rd, early 4th round pick. He might go off the board early tomorrow. All right, we've got Druce Box says, just not Shedeur to the Saints. If I were a Saints fan, I would be right there with you, Druce Box. Come on, let's get some trench play. Let's build the thing up. Don't just rush in with your first pick, Shedeur Sanders, whose upside is comparable to Derek Carr. Like, that's the crazy thing about Shedeur Sanders and why he might fall, is that for being Deion Sanders' son, he just didn't get the athletic genes. He's a good athlete. He can scramble a little bit. He can get on the move and make some throws on the run, absolutely. But I think for a lot of people that haven't really watched him, just assume that, he's going to be like Lamar Jackson and just outrun everybody on the field, and that's just not him. He probably would have ran 4.7, 4.72 if he did do a 40, but again, he didn't participate in any of that stuff. So, what's up? Absolutely. Anna, our producer, says, everybody like the stream. It does help the channel out, you guys. It takes just a second. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I would be in that boat too. Like, please don't take Shedeur. Not at 9, at least. If you really like him and you want to take your 2nd round pick and get aggressive and come back up in the 1st and be the team that does that, I still wouldn't love it personally, but it's better than taking him at 9, I think. All right, from ZEZ Zez, shout out, $20 super chat, very kind, thank you. Also giving Lisa and Teddy a shout out for the amazing draft. Teddy, you get a treat. This one's from Zez. There you go, buddy. How are we doing on time? Are they?
It looks like we have 9 minutes.
Oh, great. We will absolutely get all caught up. From David Lobach, top 3 positions of need for the Seahawks for the 1st round. So, interior offensive line, we've all been screaming it from the rooftops. John Schneider, come on, man. Like, it's time. It's time to adjust. The general manager of the Seahawks, he just does not take interior offensive line early. Problem is the market has really adjusted to where Schneider would have been when he built that philosophy 10 years ago. He's one of the longer standing GMs in the league. When he took over, yeah, guards were not making a lot of money. You could get great guards 2nd, 3rd round. That doesn't really happen anymore. Guards are making just about what tackles make. And you got to be able to adjust your strategy to new league trends and tendencies. And John Schneider and the Seahawks have not shown that they will do that yet. So that's the number one thing is if a Gray Zabel is there, like that player especially, like please, John Schneider, let's get that interior offensive line working, especially for Sam Darnold, who struggled with interior pressure last year coming into Seattle. Beyond that, I would look at corner and wide receiver. I think if you could get one more really good corner, especially an outside guy, like if Will Johnson's there, who knows that system, it's Mike McDonald, was at Michigan, Jesse Minter took over the year after McDonald went back to Baltimore. Jesse Minter, now the defensive coordinator of the Chargers with Harbaugh. Anyway, it is Mike McDonald's system that Jesse Minter ran with Will Johnson at Michigan. So if you can just drop Will Johnson there opposite of Tariq Woolen and keep Witherspoon in the nickel there, that's like a a legendary cornerback trio. So if he happens to make it there, or maybe they could get aggressive and come up for their guy there, would really like that for them. The third position would be wide receiver on the outside specifically. They are going to want some more vertical field stretching ability in that room. They bring in Cooper Kupp. They have Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's the slowest wide receiver tandem in the league right now. That's why they signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who it's a literal roller coaster every time you throw in the football, whether or not he's going to catch the ball. So if a T-Mac, Tet McMillan happens to fall, do you like Matthew Golden? There's some options, wide receiver that'd be really exciting for them. So thank you, David. Brassy says, just trolling with the NBA comment earlier. But Pierce to the team, James Pierce, I would assume we're talking about here, with the best winning percentage in NFL history at 27. We hang banner number 3 and get to go into Pittsburgh for the draft next year as reigning defending champs. I mean, James Pierce Jr. is remarkably talented. I hinted about this being one of the narratives of this draft. There's so many very talented players that have a but attached to them. There's just a lot of smoke about like practice behaviors and teammates saying stuff and former classmates just saying like, yeah, maybe his football character isn't where it needs to be. To me, James Pierce Jr. on the tape is a top 10 player in the draft. I don't know about any of that, but there's so much smoke attached to it. It does seem like he's going to fall into the 20s. Baltimore would be a great situation for him to land. They have a huge need on the edge there. So really would love to see James Pierce go to the Baltimore Ravens. Could definitely get that defense where they want it. We got a question from the producer here. Adonis, $100 super chat. My goodness. We need a soundbite in the house. What do we got for soundbites here? How about a John Cena for Adonis? Thank you so much. Very, very kind. Hopefully the soundbites worked there. Let's go, boys. Excited to watch the draft with everyone. Here's hoping our teams get better. Marcus, thank you for always creating great content. Super stoked for the summer team rankings. Yeah, baby. Deep dives are going to be back and better than ever this year. Very excited. To take a couple weeks after the draft, we're going to go to Mexico, lounge it up on the beach for about a week, and then, we're back to deep dive season. After, unfortunately, this awesome setup that worked out in this rental home, going to have to recreate the studio. Definitely going to re-aim for the wooden panel feel. So excited to kind of create a forever studio setup as we're getting settled back here in Minnesota. But Adonis, your super chat's going to help go towards those wood panels, my friend. Thank you.
Thanks, Adonis.
And some, some of the Mexico trip maybe as well. And then Josh as well. Thanks for stopping in. Super excited for the draft, just like you, Josh. All right, let me get a sip of my energy drink here. It's definitely going to be the pick is in. All right. There's definitely going to be a. Do we have any tea around anymore? Probably not.
I don't know. I could probably scrounge some up.
Okay. I was doing all those 7-round Patreon mock drafts, and by the last one, I was starting to lose my voice. I was like, oh no.
I'll check during a commercial.
Okay. I do want to get logged in on here. I think I need the DirecTV code from you, just so I can follow along myself. Of course, guys, no spoilers in the chats, please. I know we have some mods, but I feel like the insiders have been a little better at not spoiling. All right, you should have that code soon.
They're doing their selection.
All right.
Cam Ward.
Well, yeah, not a huge surprise. There was, you will have noticed we hardly talked about the number 1 pick. With Cam Ward going number 1, it's just been really set in stone for about 2 months, to the point that he was out there on Twitch doing a Fortnite stream, naming off Treylon Burks as a top 5 wide receiver, who of course is a backup in in Tennessee. I would love to see Treylon Burks get going a little bit. I liked him coming out, but we do got to put the grade in. I'm going to go love it. That's my A grade on Cam Ward. I want to talk about it more in just a second, but I do want to get this code so that I can lock in the draft here. So 006. What? They don't need... They don't know your password and stuff. 797. You're not reading off your email and login. All right, let's get the draft up here. Oh, I don't even have music going. We gotta get the vibes going. Here.
Jacksonville moved up to number 2.
Wait, what? It happened?
It happened.
No way. All right, this is going off the walls. Are you kidding me? That's colossal. That is unbelievable. Poor Cam Ward I don't even get to talk about Cam getting his moment here because the Jags just came in. I need time to process this. This is right there with Michael Penix going to the Falcons last year in terms of surprise. So presumably this is going to be for Travis Hunter. I mean, you don't make that trade if it's not for him, especially considering the Jags have edge rushers. They don't need Abdul Carter. I am obsessed with this move for the Jags, though. So the trade is... Oh, my God. So Cleveland gets... And is Cleveland going to take Ashton Jinty now? This just blows everything up. This is crazy. So Cleveland gets the Jags' first-round pick next year in a better quarterback class, and the Jags' second-round pick. You get the 36th overall pick, or the 33rd overall pick. That's basically an extra first-rounder for Cleveland. I mean, that is how you position yourself to rebuild in Cleveland. I don't know what Myles Garrett thinks about this, but that's pretty wild, man. Whoa. I don't hate it, though. That's a lot of capital. Maybe they were a little bit uncomfortable with the two, trying to navigate him as a two-way player. Maybe for Cleveland, they felt it was just a little bit overwhelming for a team that has already got a lot going on. Maybe they felt like, hey, let's just move down to 5. We'll get a damn good player at 5. You could if they want Ashton Jinty, they could realistically get him there. They need a running back. And then you get all those extra picks. I really don't hate it for Cleveland. We did have a super chat earlier, though, that someone was going to unsubscribe from the channel if they did that. So what was
Yeah, somebody
Matthew.
Before you did, TFG just lost that one.
Matthew, don't leave, Matthew. Just stay subscribed. We need you. Oh, man, that's wild. And then for Jacksonville, just incredible, man. You need a corner and a wide receiver. That's the other thing is Cleveland does have 3 starting corners. That was something with taking Travis Hunter, it's like, he's probably not going to fit into that cornerback room right away. So maybe they had some conversations with Travis Hunter, like, are you going to start stirring stuff up if we're not starting you on the outside right away? Because we got 3 corners we really like here. It could have just been enough for Cleveland to be convinced of this. But for Jacksonville, talk about Liam Cohen coming in and just, making a splash right away and getting a face of their franchise type. I love this. Love this for Jacksonville. And this is all assuming it's going to be Travis Hunter. Before they do announce the pick, we got to give Cam Ward just a little bit of love here, man. He goes with the number 1 pick for Tennessee. Their moment was just robbed from them there with that splash. But I think Cam Ward has at least the potential to return the dividends of what you're hoping for with a 101 pick at QB. He's not always perfect. He sometimes just has some YOLO moments and throws the ball into double coverage. I think he needs to speed up his processor even better, as any of these young quarterbacks really do. There's some pass-ups on film where you want him to just take what's there more consistently. And the accuracy isn't always perfect, but the creative instincts, the pocket presence, it really is, if not Mahomesian, drop it down a level and say Jordan Lovian, where his ability to feel the rush and just play composed, to drift away from pressure to make the right throw, as we just saw with that nice highlight timing up right there. Very, very much a great pick for the Titans. I'm not going to come in and, give it our certified steal grade, which is our highest grade that I can assign tonight. But now you guys can screenshot that right there. But love it just means, an A pick that I'm very excited for. Oh, wow. I can't believe it. I thought it was as good as gold that Cleveland was gonna come in and take Travis Hunter. So let's try and keep catching up on Super Chats because you guys have been so kind. I don't want to fall too far behind here while we have a little bit of a lull here. From Funk Master Jeffy, 4th straight year in the chat. Thank you, Jeffy. Excited to have you tonight. And thank you just to all you guys. Like, I know there's a million options out there to consume the draft. So many great live streams out there. It doesn't go unnoticed that you guys are joining us here tonight. But the pick is coming in for the Jags. I think we know what it's going to be, unless they surprise us and take Ashton Ginty.
They're talking about the Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Oh, and that's Armstead was their candidate there. I think that sounds right to me.
Yes, he was the winner, not the candidate.
Oh, he won the whole thing.
The Walter Payton Man
Yeah,
of the Year.
because every team has a candidate, and then...
Yeah.
Very cool. All right, here we go. Jags fans are fired up. And the pick is... He's giving a speech. He's giving a little speech. All right, he's giving a little speech.
It's hard because you can't hear what
I know.
he's saying, and I know.
I don't know how long he's going to go there, but Afonso, thank you for the super chat from Portugal. Awesome. Love our international audience, especially on a night like this, staying up late. I still would bet against this being the year that the Packers take a round 1 wide receiver, but here's hoping. If there was going to be a year, I think this one, the board might line up for them to do it. All right, he's reading the card for the Jags at number 2. Or flipping his card, reading his speech. I don't know.
He's reading. Select Travis Hunter.
Yeah. Oh, man. So I would stick with a love it grade on this one because while it's fun and while I think getting that face your franchise and impact like the Shohei Ohtani of baseball, like to go the upside to have a player that can impact both sides of the ball like this, it's just never been seen before, and the upside is just literally through the roof. As exciting as that is, they did give up a lot. 1st round pick next year, 2nd round pick is sorry, I think I said I got things turned around. I said Cleveland gets the 33rd pick. They already have the 33rd pick, so they get the 36th pick in the draft. My fault on that. But Jacksonville does have a roster flooded with needs. Now, of course, you filled 2 of them with this pick, so that's the nice trade-off there. But you better win. you better be hoping you're not giving Cleveland a top 5 pick next year. You better start winning some games. It really just kind of puts the pressure on you making sure that 1st round pick you gave Cleveland next year isn't beyond the value that you should have paid to make this move, essentially. So it's obviously a risky move, but Travis Hunter as a football player is is a really special player. He was, for me, it was obviously a unique situation. Sorry, I'm trying to find my mouse. You know, when you have multiple monitors and you can't find it, I got it. But anyway, for me, Travis Hunter was my number 2 wide receiver in this draft, and ultimately I did make him, for those that did watch my cornerback rankings video, I did ultimately make a slight tweak and left him as my number 1 cornerback as well. It's not just that he plays both ways, it's that he's legitimately awesome at both of them. We can play some of the highlights, man, but as a wide receiver, like, the ball skills are just elite. Like I don't like to throw the word elite around. To me, when I say that word, it's in the generational category, at least as a trait. And the way he can contort his body, high point the football, for a slender wide receiver, he deals with contact from corners very well. It reminds me so much of, like, Antonio Brown had this. Adam Thielen had this. It's part of what made him so special. But the ability to just track the ball in while guys are knocking him off his spot, but just kind of be unfazed and see the ball in, he has that trait. Not to mention the run after catch ability from him. Just rarely ever lets the first guy get him down. He's got shiftiness, contact balance, vision, you name it. As a route runner, there's a lot of exciting flashes. Obviously, when you're playing on both sides of the ball, you're going to have some trade-offs in a couple of spots, and there's some extra movement in some of his routes. Not always the most efficient into his breaks and stuff, but I think you can work on that too as time goes on. And then as a corner, like I said, I ultimately moved him up to my number 1 corner in this draft. You can start with the ball skills there as well, because you will probably, and I would say literally never, find a corner with better ball skills than Travis Hunter, because he has elite ball skills for a wide receiver. So when the ball's in his area, his ability to not just break the pass up, but have game-changing interceptions, it's special. Now, man-to-man, that is where he, I think, does need to get better. I saw him a lot. We don't have concerns about his agility or anything like that, of course, but within his technique, there's a lot of times where he does stop his feet and just relies on his athleticism and his recovery, and he gets very grabby at the top of wide receivers' routes. So just like we said with the wide receiver stuff, there's stuff to clean up in his technique. But I will finish by saying the IQ from this player on both sides of the ball doesn't get talked about enough for a guy that's such a special athlete. You can see when he's playing wide receiver, his cornerback experience helps him. He knows where those soft spots and zones are. And when he's playing corner, his experience as a wide receiver to know how offenses are trying to attack him, and especially when he's playing like a curl flat, or if it's cover 2 and he's got a hard flat, or even sometimes in cover 3 when he's out in that deep third with a little bit of freedom to kind of ball hawk a little bit, he can high-low and mess with the quarterback's eyes with the best of them. And then, of course, he can make breaks on the ball and pick stuff off. So, he's got great zone IQ. And for Jacksonville, it's going to be a new system coming in with Green Bay's defense coming in, but I think it's a good fit where they will run man coverage. They'll let him develop in that way. But it's going to be a lot of quarters and off-zone cover 3 where he's going to be really good too. So just an excellent, excellent fit across the board. The only reason I'm not making this a certified steal is you had to give up essentially 3 first-round picks to get this player. But we do have our next pick in, Abdul Carter to the New York Giants. This is not a surprise. This was chalk. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my Stream Deck to cooperate here. But we expected this. Premium edge rush talent, Abdul Carter out of Penn State. The term that's going around with him, the debate is, does he have the best first step of any edge rusher that we've ever seen? I don't think that's crazy to entertain the idea of this guy. I saw it when he played linebacker in his sophomore year. I'm just going to roll the highlights here. You saw when he played linebacker in his sophomore year, his burst to the ball, his 0 to 60 acceleration, it's wild. And when you put him on the edge, his ability to hit the top of a tackle's drop, and then he pairs that with some of the best bend you'll see. So just the physical traits alone, it blew my mind. I had some interactions with some people on Twitter that were saying Shamar Stewart's a better athlete than Abdul Carter. And it's just like, what tape are we watching here? Like, Abdul Carter is built to rush the passer off the edge. Obviously, a lot of Micah Parsons comparisons are going to be made with him coming out of Penn State. Micah Parsons himself, once upon a time, played linebacker, moved to the edge, became one of the best young players in all of football. It's I hate to say it's a lazy pro comp because, frankly, it's an accurate pro comp. Similar size, the way they can get low and dip around defenders and really stay powerful through those rips and bends as well is an underrated aspect of these guys because when tackles are trying to push him to the ground, if you're going to get low like that, they might try to bury you into the ground. He has that hip torque to kind of push up and push back against the tackle and continue to power through on those rips and bends. So he's really special. And the other crazy thing about Abdul Carter is for a first-year edge rusher that totally could have just, been Shamar Stewart, frankly, and just said, I can win with my physical traits and athleticism. He could have just had a productive season and worked the speed, worked the bend. But he breaks in spin moves and inside swipe counters. Like, for a guy that was in his first year in college football playing off the edge, he showed an advanced pass rushing repertoire. So I love the pick for the Giants. And the only question is, what does Kayvon Thibodeau think about this pick? Because he is someone that has been very vocal about wanting to be a star player. He did play his best football, in my opinion, at the end of last season. So do the Giants make him a part of a rotation, or do they maybe look to get a third-round pick for Kayvon Thibodeau? Something to monitor, at least, as we move forward. All right, I want to catch up on Super Chats, because you guys are just incredible. Where did we leave off? Man, you guys are just pouring out the love. I can't thank you guys enough.
If you guys have your super chat miss that you want answered, DM Marcus on Instagram, and I will try and read them when we have a break.
Yes. Did that come through on the mic?
I don't know.
She said, DM me on Instagram if you can find it.
You, not me.
DM me, and she's going to be monitoring my Instagram, which I don't think I've opened in about 2 years.
That's why it's a good place.
It's a good place to DM me, yeah. But yes, so some super chats here from... Man, I keep scrolling up. You guys have just been amazing, man. Thank you. But I think we left off with the Portugal comment from Afonso. But Brassy again, you guys are responding to each other in the chat. I'm not gonna read that one out because you guys are beefing it out in the comments. But Brassy, you are amazing. That's your third super chat, so thank you. But Keith would love to see the Titans use the double dip strategy and go Cam Ward and Shador at 1B. That's I think a making fun of me for my ties in all my rankings that I have not strayed away from this year. It's become a good inside joke on the channel. Good shout out, Keith. Thank you. From TKD Man. Do you think the Giants will package Thibodeau and a day 2 pick to get back into the first round for Shador after taking Carter? I definitely think if it's the right team that could use Thibodeau, frankly, my Green Bay Packers, I would love that as a trade. target someone like Jaden Higgins or Siobhan Revell at the top of the second with the Giants pick, and then get your edge need filled as well in a Kayvon Thibodeau. So, like, there are certain teams, not just my Green Bay Packers, that could make sense for. But, yes, absolutely could be something they think about. From Viviana, yes, Christmas for us football sickos. Really hoping my team picks up Jahad Campbell to eventually replace Levante David. Yes, Tampa Bay Bucks and Jahad Campbell, those dots have been connected for quite some time now. I think it's going to be possible that they go that route too, and that he's there. Sounds like Jahad Campbell's shoulder recovery has been a little bit slow, and teams maybe inside the top 15 might see that as a little bit rich. When you're spending a top 15 pick, you want to feel pretty good that he's going to be there for minicamp through training camp and ready to really hit the ground running, especially at a linebacker position that is, it's very, very playbook oriented, being a linebacker. Now, having, of course, Levante David next to him, like, he doesn't have to worry about wearing a green dot or anything like that. But, yeah, absolutely would be a good fit. From Ray, would love a Robin to Hutch's Batman this year. Defensive player of the year incoming if Brad cooks. Yes, Aiden Hutchinson was robbed of defensive player of the year last year. He would have ran away with it. But definitely going to be some options at the end of the second round for Detroit. Whether it's a Nick Scorton, James Pierce Jr., I agree. Getting someone else on the edge has got to be priority number one if you like a guy for Detroit. Let's see. Anna made me some tea here. I don't know how hot this is. That'll help. Thank you. All right, from Cheesehead Joey. What's up, Joey? Thoughts on Maxwell Harrison to Green Bay? It's not my favorite pick. Kind of reminiscent of Jair. Coming out of Kentucky. Louisville was Jair, but Harrison at Kentucky. But I was admittedly too low on Jair. And I think the athleticism translated, right? I could get behind Maxwell Harrison to Green Bay. I think it'd be a nice solid B pick. It's a little bit earlier than I'd like to see him, but would be far from the worst Brian Gutekunst reach of all time. All right, so the Patriots selection is in. It is Will Campbell. This was the anticipated pick for the Patriots really within the last week. All the insiders were like, yeah, it's happening. He is their guy at number 4. And look, this is the first pick that I'm going to have to be a little bit critical of. I don't think it's a bad pick. I don't. I'm going to give this a quote-unquote B, a like it pick, or even fine for purposes of this. It's somewhere in between there. The thing is, for me, Will Campbell has the shortest wingspan of any offensive tackle in the 21st century. And before I got into the tape, I was tweeting out in like December, I was even saying like, oh, we're going to do this again where we overstate arm length for offensive tackles. And that was before I watched the tape, but I knew that people liked him. Then March rolls around, I get into the tape, and unfortunately, I really saw the length impacting his game. He just almost never sets the rules of engagement as an offensive lineman. He is always reacting, and he lets longer, more powerful rushers get into his chest. He will get knocked back. There are countless reps where, yeah, he's latching on, he's holding on for dear life, but that pocket is getting compressed into, at the left tackle, from the blind side. And he's just a very good player, but not who I would have taken at number 4. He's not. I think if you wanted to go tackle, I think there are better true tackles in this draft, especially Armin Membu. I just think has much more of the projectable traits to be more of a franchise left tackle. Now, I don't want to just say he can't play. He is excellent with his hands and does the best of his ability to still hold up. But it's not like his tape was just perfect. Like, it wasn't a situation of like, oh, trust the tape, the arm length doesn't matter. He did lose more than Armin Membu against the same level of competition. You did see the length and especially the narrow shoulders impact his game. So I don't know that he is this slam dunk left tackle. And then if you're going to kick him into guard long term, which is where his upside is at its best, where he's not dealing with the same length profiles, it's going to be a complete projection, right? He is a guy that plays with a very upright stance, and that's going to invite power rushers on the inside. You want to especially play low when you're playing on the inside, so that could completely change up his game. Now, he's an incredible, like, work ethic, high character guy, super smart player, never lets a stunt, cross his face or anything like that. The floor on him is very good. And again, I don't have what?
It's gonna make me cry.
He's crying?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it makes me feel bad for like saying negative comments, but it is just my honest opinion. And again, it's like when I give my final grade on this, it's like somewhere between a B and a C. But
give him an A. Come on.
But anyway, the one player that I am very curious if the Patriots will regret not taking is Tatora McMillan. And I said this last year. Patriots fans were mad at me when they should have taken Ladd McConkey. I said it on this very draft stream. I was like, really? You're going to trade down, not take Ladd, and then 4 picks later take Jalen Polk? What are we doing? New England has struggled to get the wide receiver position wrong for a long, long time. And I know if I'm a Patriots fan, I'm saying, well, that's great. We got someone that can play left tackle. I'm not going to head into the year like worried that Will Campbell's going to just be getting crushed all the time like Vidarian Lowe. So again, it's not a bad pick. I get why they want to go offensive line, but I am terrified that Tet McMillan is going to go on to be a perennial all-pro candidate at wide receiver that you could have paired with Drake May, who needs some guys to throw to. So that's really my main criticism of this pick. Personally, if I show you the big board, like Will Campbell's my number 9 player. It's not some bad pick to take it for, but my number 3 player is T-Mac, and that's also a big need. So that's my thoughts. I will keep it as a fine pick for them. I think it's just not the biggest swing for upside with the number 4 pick. So the Browns pick is in. This is fascinating, obviously, because we haven't had this scenario before. This is all brand new. Also, thanks for giving me the girliest mug you could find.
All right, 5th pick here.
Okay, what's Cleveland going to do?
Mason Graham.
Mason Graham? Hell yeah. Good for Mason Graham. Someone asked out the gate, is the Mason Graham fall real? And here's your answer. No, it is not. Okay. I need to process it because I hadn't thought about Mason Graham going to Cleveland, but I do really like it. I think it's tough to stomach not getting Travis Hunter, but given what they got, like draft capital wise, and you're still getting a hell of a football player in Mason Graham, I'm going to say I love the move for Cleveland because now you're talking about giving Myles Garrett a running mate here in Mason Graham, where those slides are going Myles Garrett's way. For Mason Graham, he's going to get one-on-one opportunities and can really just wreck a game plan from a pass rushing perspective. I don't agree with the kind of pumping of the brakes on Mason Graham. I think he wins with power. I don't think that's the starting point that I don't think he gets enough credit for. I saw plenty of reps from him where he's able to get up and under an offensive lineman's pads and push the pocket, compress the pocket. I've seen so many times that, he doesn't really rush with power. I just disagree. I saw it on the tape. I think he's a powerful player. He's got pop in his hands in every aspect of his game. He's got a great first step. I think he can do that. But the way he can win with the quickness on the inside, he can move like a linebacker at times. He really can. There's been a lot of people comparing some of his skill set to Braden Fisk, and I think running ET stunts with Mason Graham and Myles Garrett, where one of those guys is looping around and one of those guys is disrupting, it's going to be a pain in the ass to try and stop both these guys. So I think this is a really fun pick for Cleveland. When you trade down, you're a little bit worried that they maybe were going to blow this pick and get a little crazy. But they did not do that. I think they get a very, very good pick in Mason Graham. So I do love it. And the fun thing with Cleveland, they get to pick again at 33. They get to pick again at 36. Maybe they make a move for Shedeur with one of those picks. But like when they traded down, that was a little bit of a fear in the back of my mind, was that they were going to draft Shedeur with the number 5 pick. And they did not do that. And that is a huge thumbs up to Cleveland. For not pulling the trigger on that. I think there's probably a lot of Browns fans that were afraid of that. So good job there. All right. We got some more super chats to catch up with. This is fun. I love when the top of the draft gets crazy like that. Last year was, I feel like it was so chalk for the first 5 or 6 picks, wasn't it? All right. Where do we leave off? From Robert. Perfect timing for this super chat. Best case scenario for the Raiders, I think you're seeing it in real time right here, and that was Ashton Ginty falls to you with the number 6 pick. Now, they can still consider T-Mac, Tet McMillan. I think that would be an excellent pick as well, but I would say this is the best case scenario for the Raiders with your choice of Ginty or T-Mac here. I would go either of those. I'm a little scared they're going to go with like Jalen Walker. I heard some connections there. That would be something I'm a little worried about, but I think the board fell pretty nicely for them. Then we got Julius. Grade 4 if draft day movies happen for real. Oh, like if the Browns draft happened in real life. Geez, that would be a lot to process. Probably like a C-. You lose all of your second round picks for the next 3 years. You end up with a running back and a linebacker in the top 5. Probably more like a D. That movie is so off the walls in terms of draft realism. All right, Raiders pick is coming up. Ginty? All right. Let's go. I'm fired up to see him in a Raiders jersey. We've been mocking this for like 3 months now. I'm just excited to see it. He kind of stays in that sort of Mountain West area of the country. I think I understand Boise's like an 8-mile drive to Vegas, but if you're trying to like create some excitement with Pete Carroll coming in, I think taking Ginty from the general area, you're going to be able to convert some Raiders fans in the wider Nevada territories with this pick. Not that that's why they made this pick, but I do think it's a fun element of it. Ashton Ginty is the best player in this draft. It's just he's a running back. So as we know, there's a lot of running backs to be had, and running backs can be pretty dependent on their run blocking as well. But if you have good run blocking and you take a guy in the top 6, he can give you that Saquon Barkley-esque impact. We saw what he obviously did for the Philadelphia Eagles. We saw what happened with, you think back to like Zeke Elliott going to that really good Cowboys offensive line. This is closer to that. I think the Raiders offensive line isn't quite what those groups were, but I think it's an underrated unit in Las Vegas. You have a franchise left tackle that they need to pay, but you have Meredith, who broke out at guard. You have Parham at guard, who's a good player. They drafted Jackson Powers-Johnson last year. DJ Glaze showed some good stuff at right tackle. That's going to be the one main question mark, but I do think this team's going to be able to run the ball. They're going to be able to support Geno Smith, keeping them in third and manageables very consistently. And, I mean, to talk more about Ashton Ginty, elite contact balance he said it himself. He wrote a letter to the NFL. Some of these guys write these profound, long, beautiful messages. And he just wrote, in a game about tackling, I'm the guy you can't tackle. Thank you for listening, Ashton Ginty. And it's just like, that is beautiful. But beyond all of that, he might be the highest character projection in this entire draft in terms of on and off the field. You just feel so good drafting this guy. In your weight room, in your locker room, handling the media. Comes from a military background, incredibly humble kid, incredibly hard worker. That is evident in the way that he has put together his body. I mean, this guy, I think I said in my running backs video that trying to get him down to the ground is like trying to wrestle with a stovetop. But it's a stovetop running at you at 19 miles an hour. It's really a terrifying thought. He's just a really special player. And we knew when Pete Carroll got a look at this guy, he was going to be all over the idea of Ashton Ginty to kind of set the tone for that entire culture and the way they want to play football. And by the way, they have one of the other hardest players in football to tackle in Brock Bowers as well. So now you get off the bus, you go to play the Raiders. You better get those ice baths ready the next day because they're going to be, they might lead the league in missed tackles forced, kind of similar to like what the Niners were in like 2022, the rack bros. Ashton Ginty and Brock Bowers together is insane. All right, so the Jets pick is in. I think the expected pick here would be Armin Membu. We'll find out in a minute. But let's continue to catch up on Super Chats. From Silas McDonald. In my mock, I had the Dolphins trading down with the Seahawks, where we take Tet McMillan at 13. We have plenty of ammo to move up, and Tet is the best replacement for DK you could ask for. Thoughts? Yeah, I would love it for Seattle. If he's there at 13, if he makes it past the Cowboys, which to me, I don't know that that's going to happen. I do have I did one draft prop this year, and it was on Tet McMillan to go inside the top 10. So these next couple picks, it's got to happen. You need the Jets, the Panthers, and the Saints. What's up with Ted? You're falling? You slipping down a little bit, buddy? Don't lean on the edge of the bed. There you go. If I'm the Jets here, I'm thinking about it. But, I mean, getting Membu in there as well to kind of complete their offensive line looks pretty good too. But I'm getting nervous for Carolina, man. Our Panthers, if McMillan is there and they don't take him, I'm going to be a little disappointed, especially if it's Jalen Walker. That, to me, would be one of my least favorite picks in the entire draft for our Carolina Panthers. But Silas, thank you for the super chat. Love the idea for Seattle if they could make it happen. Josh says top 3 prospects for the Chiefs at 31. Nick Scorton, Josh Simmons, and James Pierce Jr. would be my top 3 ideal situations for them. From Happy Duck, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Go Giants. Congrats on Abdul Carter and not Shadur at number 3. From the S Box, what player do you think would be the wisest move for the Eagles to target? I mean, both those interior offensive linemen that I like, Gray Zabel and Tyler Booker, would be great if you could get your hands on either of them. I think the board could fall in so many different ways for them that it's hard to kind of predict. But I do like getting a corner too, like Savon Ravel in that group or Trey Amos. Like, I think would be a really good fit. So there's some names for the Eagles at the back end of the first. From Twinster, Saints draft Dart 9 overall. Oh my gosh, we are gonna lose our minds if they do that. That would be one of the worst picks I can imagine. Not that I hate Dart, but it'd be a reach. It'd be a horrible way to kickstart your rebuild, in my opinion. The literal pro comp on him is a high end of Derek Carr, which it's just, I'm not taking that. I'm not taking a high end upside of Derek Carr with the 9th pick. Derek Carr was a 2nd round pick for a reason. It played out great for him. That's where Dart should go. So let's hope they don't do it.
We have a super chat to give Teddy another treat. He's going to be a happy boy tonight.
Teddy says thank you. There you go.
And then one we missed a little bit ago. Here for the 4th year of the draft. Oh, we'll do it after this. Our next ball.
Okay. So we're expecting Membu.
Yes, that is it.
That is it. All right. Well, we can just keep the love it grade up there. A couple of chalky picks after the craziness at the top of the draft. So this will be fun. This will be a fun kind of, for the draft NFL diehards, kind of a fun little rivalry to follow here. The name I said that if I were to go tackle for the Patriots at 4 was Armin Membu. I do think just has a better projectable long-term ceiling as a potential, more of a potential like Pro Bowl level tackle, a difference-making tackle. I just don't know that Campbell is going to continue to ascend in the way that I'm projecting with Armin Membu. Even if Campbell might be a little bit better out the gate, but I will say I think Membu's tape was actually better this year, so I don't know that that's even necessarily true. But as a pass protector, quick feet, he's got some stuff to work on. Like when guys would get into his chest and he would get knocked back, he wasn't always quick to process that was happening, and he would get overwhelmed by overwhelmed by power. Occasionally, very rare. Like generally speaking, he's got great core power. He's not a guy you're going to bull rush through. Also, the crowd in Green Bay is unbelievable. I just saw a picture of that, or the top-down camera angle. Wow. But yeah, in the run game, people mover, violent, like everything you look for. There's just like little glitches in his technique that it's all very coachable stuff that I think can get there. But still, I think a pretty high floor player. And I love this for the Jets because now it's like, okay, Glenn's coming from Detroit. Not that he was an offensive coach, but Detroit has been what they are because of that offensive line. Their playmakers are exciting. Their play calling's fantastic. They don't get to do what they were able to do without the play calling. Man, the Jets have hopefully a locked-in tackle cornerstone duo. You have a bunch of interior pieces you like. No true weaknesses. It's a great way to start your rebuild. This is how I would build teams, though I definitely would have thought about pairing Wilson with T-Mac as well. So Panthers pick is in. I'm actually nervous. Like, I care about the Carolina Panthers.
I was just about to go get your Panthers Cowboys.
Oh,
hat,
yeah. Is it
but it's at the
No. Oh, we needed that. Maybe we can bring it for tomorrow.
All right, we'll bring it for tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm nervous because if I pull up the big board, Jalen Walker is down here, number 30 on my big board. Hybrid, linebacker, edge rusher. One of these guys where he's good at a bunch of different stuff, but he's not really great at anything. And he has upside to develop and become a better pass rusher, but at number 8, am I taking that? No, I'm not. I am taking the remaining blue chip player in this class, in my opinion, T-Mac, to pair with Bryce Young. And let's let this offense roll, man. Dave Canales got to work with Mike Evans in Tampa. He understands the value of having that guy. It takes so much pressure off of Xavier Legette to have to be that guy. Legette is and always projected as a number 2 vertical threat specialist, Z wide receiver. You got Thielen to impact the slot. Take T-Mac, Carolina. Please, I'm begging you as a Panthers fan. I'm begging you.
You you want me to read the super chat? That we missed so we don't get too
Yes.
far behind?
Yes. We definitely got to try and keep up with the super chats.
From Ryan Dobson. Here for the 4th year of the draft, content, and live reactions. Help me through grad school. Congrats! Who is your dream pick for the Ravens? Love your content, and Teddy, thanks for your help with the stream.
Thank you. What was the name? Who was that?
Ryan Dobson.
Ryan.
Dream pick for the Ravens.
Thank you, Ryan. Dream pick for the Ravens. I'm going to go Malachi Starks is my dream pick. Get those 3 safety packages going. I think it's possible that he's there. And then another shout out would be James Pierce as well would be a really exciting fit. We talked about that a little bit earlier. But yeah, I think Malachi Starks would just make that secondary so nuts. So nuts. And I think they can still find pass rush help later in the draft. All right. Where did I leave off? So we got Steven. Fly, Eagles, fly. We reload the D-line this weekend. Go back-to-back, but your Gray Zabel mock at 32 would be more than welcome. Yes, absolutely. Good draft for the Eagles to reload the D-line, absolutely. From Croissantany, that's a fun, I don't know, I'm assuming that's a nickname, but Croissantany, thank you for being committed to the channel, been following for a long time. Go Pack, go. Thank you, my friend. Really appreciate it. From Steven, welcome back. We're happy to have you. Ryan, we just answered your super chat there. Miguel, what's up, Miguel? Welcome back from Mexico. We'll see you down there in a week. Always good to have you, Miguel. Appreciate it. Happy draft day. Arden, thank you. $20 super chat. Very much appreciated. For the love of Sonny Weaver Jr., I hope the Saints trade down and maybe with Pitt and realize this isn't their year. Hopefully they take Micah Williams or Josh Simmons. I love your strategy. Love your strategy. Also, elite intro line for the love of Sonny Weaver Jr. Of course, the GM from draft day. Steven had the treat for Teddy when he submitted it, but let's get another treat for Teddy.
He deserves all the treats.
You deserve all the treats.
All right, 8th pick here.
I love the thought that Teddy just has a bunch of bottled up draft takes inside his brain that he can't actually tell us.
All right. Oh, I wish I knew.
They took T-Mac?
Yeah.
Let's go! Yes! Good freaking work. Dan Morgan, my guy, Eric Eager. I know you were in that draft room pounding the table for T-Mac. Friend of the channel, Eric Eager. Let's go, T-Mac. Oh, they did it. I'm so happy. They did not take Jalen Walker. Oh, I'm excited to get to a game now. Bryce is going to cook. This is good news.
Can I keep pounding?
Yeah. Keep
Pounding!
Let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah. This is good for your fantasy team, babe. Bryce Young's going to be cooking next year with my number 3 player in this draft class. The biggest steal of the draft so far. You know this was going to be a steal. Come on. Also a steal for the bank account. Ted McMillan, top 10 draft pick. Bet cashed. Let's go. More money for Mexico. All right, Ted McMillan. Let's have some fun, man. I don't understand all of the... this did happen, right? Because I'm like way behind on my screen.
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm like got nervous because I looked down and it still said pick is in. This guy got so much crap in the pre-draft process. Oh, he's too slow. There's never been a top first-round wide receiver that hasn't run in the 4.5s. It's like, well, Drake London skipped his 40 and would have ran a 4.6 if he did. Marvin Harrison probably would have ran around 4.5. Like, come on now. He has plenty of speed for a guy that is 6'4". The dude has absurd catch radius, the ability to contort his body, make unbelievable catches. Absolute floor for T-Mac is something like a Michael Pittman, who's just going to be a physical receiver that, maybe doesn't separate at the highest level, but is going to catch everything in his radius. And the other thing he doesn't get enough credit for is how good he is after the catch. He was second in all of college football in missed tackles forced. The reason I like him so much is his ability to be shifty within his routes, to sink his hips, but also at the tackle point where he can sidestep ankle tackles, and with his size, he can run through defenders. Like, he's just got it all. I've said he realistically, in a best case scenario, he is the best of both worlds without the weaknesses, combining Mike Evans and Drake London together. He has just about the same speed as Mike Evans to get over the top, make incredible catches, where, again, you just got to put the ball in his area and he's going to come down with it. But the way he can stop on hitch routes is a huge asset for his ability to stack corners on the outside, because you have to respect him underneath. You can't just play him over the top. So he's going to be able to contribute on the outside, but he can do a lot of that Drake London stuff as well. You can put him in the slot. You can use that run after catch ability. Run quick routes, separate in the quick game. There was a highlight earlier of him running a whip route down in the red zone. Like, dude, I really think he can be a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL. I just don't have enough good things to say about this pick. It's going to be probably my favorite pick of the night, as a biased Panthers fan. And I'm just so happy for Bryce. Like, dude, he has been through the ringer, and now he heads into next year. No joke, one of the best surrounding casts in football, in my opinion. The offensive line is good. That helped them set the floor last year. But Chuba broke out last year. They got a run game. They got a great coach. And now you have, as we described before the pick came in, you got your X. This is great for Xavier Legette, because he gets to do what is natural for him, to just be a vertical threat and another option in that game, in that passing game. This is great for Adam Thielen, who can play his natural role as a slot wide receiver. Everything lines up. I'm so stoked. I'm so stoked. Keep pounding, baby. Hell yes. Let's go. Need a deep breath. Yes. So now, the pick that we have really been talking about for a while now. What the hell are the Saints going to do with the number 9 pick? Nobody knows. Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders, Mykel Williams has been the favorite for this pick, getting a big-bodied edge. If they take Mykel Williams, I'm going to slam them. Slam them. Not even because I think it's a pretty big reach, which I do. You guys just saw the big board up there. I think Mykel is, in that 28 to 28 range. But, like, you just brought in Brandon Staley, who runs a 3-4 system, and Mykel Williams is a true hand-in-the-dirt, like, even front, 4-man front defensive end type. So that one wouldn't really make any sense to me from a scheme point of view. Is the pick in?
Kelvin Banks
All right.
Jr.
Good job, Saints. Good job. Okay. So
Not to be confused with Carl Banks Jr. Who
shout out Carl Banks. Oh my God. Wonder how Carl Banks' live stream is doing this week. Does anybody in the chat know what I'm talking about? I would love if you guys know that reference. All right. Great work, Saints. This is what I've been saying all along. Go trenches, offensive line especially. Calvin Banks really is the perfect fit for what they need. This is a great pick to come in, do things the right way, build through the trenches. I feel like teams are getting smarter about this kind of stuff. The days of Christian Ponder getting picked 12th in the draft, teams are being much more smart about this. Like, no, like, this is a top 10 pick. This is where you got to go to get franchise offensive linemen. Kellen Moore, there's no doubt where he came from. He was great in Dallas with an elite offensive line. He was great in Philadelphia last year with an elite offensive line. That Saints offensive line needs at least one more piece in there, and they're still going to be sorting through, Trevor Penning, former first-round pick, did some good stuff in the run game last year, horrible pass protector at right tackle. They did not pick up his 5th-year option, but they're going to give him a year at right tackle, I think. You got Cesar Ruiz. He's kind of stuck in there as an average right guard. If you can get great around him, you could live with Cesar Ruiz as a weak link. At center, you have a very good center who's had injury problems. You have a wide open hole at left guard, which is where Kelvin Banks is going to play. And then at left tackle, last year they took Talise Fuanga, who's a really good player. So I think Kelvin Banks, there's a chance that he comes in, plays guard, and just kind of stays there. I don't think that would be crazy. I think he has Pro Bowl potential as a guard. He's strong. He's an incredibly consistent pass protector, tough dude that is always praised for his just kind of football character, but also just as a personality in the locker room. So your offensive line's in a pretty good spot now. So I really, really love this pick, and they didn't screw it up. I think there was a couple routes they could have gone. If they went quarterback there, I would have been really harsh on them. I was hoping that they wouldn't, because it just makes my job easier. Like, when I criticize a quarterback pick in the top 10, I'm setting myself up for failure if that guy's great, right? So, I don't have to worry about that now, because I would have slammed them if they took Dart or Shedeur there at number 9. But yes, very good pick for the Saints. So the Bears are picking.
Talking about the schedule release, though. Are we going to Ireland?
I mean,
I want to know.
That's the dream, is Aaron Rodgers, Steelers versus our Packers in Ireland. I mean, that's the dream. Anybody from Ireland in the chat tonight? No, I wasn't talking to you. Are you from Ireland?
No. Do you have time to pull up your Facebook video from Adam? Otherwise, we'll get him in tomorrow. We can shout him out.
Probably. Do you want to see if you can grab it for me? Here, I'm gonna read some super chats. Or it's just a DM on Facebook from Adam. Yeah, we got time for that. Always got time for Adam. You kidding me? I will. I don't. Oh, it's from. Okay, you sent it.
It's a video.
Not in there at the moment.
Okay. We can get it another.
Okay. But either way, video or not, shout out Adam. What, it's in there? Well, okay. We'll keep working on that. But yes, my brother-in-law, Adam, watching the draft in Florida this year. Down in sunny Florida on vacation. But yeah, we'll try to get that video. With the Bears picking here at number 10. I mean, should I just hold it up in front of the camera?
Sure. You won't
Actually, no, I can do this real quick. It's very easy. I just gotta save it and then upload it to Dropbox real quick. It takes just a second. Yeah, just a 5-second video. That should show up right away. There we go. Easy peasy.
Beer.
Oh, it's upset.
Down. Number 1. Beer.
Try to flip it.
Down. Number 1.
There we go. What's up, Adam?
Beer.
Good to see you, dude.
Down.
Go Bears.
Number
Bear down.
1. Beer.
Let's see who we're picking here.
They're talking about Mongo died yesterday. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mongo.
Mm-hmm. Chris Michaels.
Yeah, from the 30 for 30 documentary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 85 Bears.
Yep. Yeah, I knew he had been struggling lately. So yeah, rip Steve McMichael. He died today.
I said Chris Michaels.
You're good. I knew who you were talking about.
Yes. He died yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay. Yeah, rip Steve McMichael. The 85 Bears. See if the Bears can get back to maybe building up a defense here, or are they gonna go Tyler Warren, the playmaking tight end? Let's find out. Yeah, we'll see if this is something I talked about. My latest mock draft was Tyler Warren maybe not being some top 10 pick. Let's see what they do here.
They're talking quite a bit about the Walter Payton years.
Yeah.
Okay, here's our selection. Oh, all the Green Bay fans are booing.
Of course, you gotta. Boo! Boo!
Loveland.
Colston Loveland before Tyler Warren. So, man, I'm kind of kicking myself I'm not kicking myself for not tweeting while driving, but I was driving today and had a thought that I should have brought to fruition as a take. Is Colston Loveland not eerily familiar to Sam Laporta as a player? Super athletic, Big Ten tight end, just can come into Chicago and they can draw up like easy completions for Caleb Williams. It makes a ton of sense. And I was gonna say, like, wouldn't be surprised. Cold Stone Loveland. Did we just get a nickname for? We got our first typo.
I thought you were talking about the ice cream Cold Stone. Sorry.
No,
too late.
but I think that's a fun nickname. Cold Stone Loveland. I love that.
Sorry.
I love land that. Anyway, this is not a surprising pick. I love it. I think he's gonna fit really well, and this is also a win. I don't know where I left the bell. You guys like the bell? All right. It's a win for me as a Cole Kmet hater. I've gone at it with Bears fans for a long time. Bears fans have been last 2 years been spending time arguing with me that I'm too low on Cole Kmet. He's a top tight end in the league, and I'm like, he's fine. He's an Austin Hooper. He's a dime a dozen possession tight end. He's okay, but this gives you actual juice at tight end. Someone that is going to make a legitimate impact in the game, like in the sense of you have to game plan around the guy. You go into the game against the Bears and actually say, how are we going to cover Colston Loveland? No one's doing that for Cole Kmet. Like, he's catching dump offs and is a big body target in the red zone and all that. Yeah, and now Kmet can be a nice tight end too. They can run 12 personnel with Cole Kmet as their sort of Brock Wright. So it's going to be the identity of that team, and I like this too because you do have Cole Kmet there. You don't have to play Loveland right away as that inline tight end. I do think Loveland is still young, 21 years old, and I got to play the highlights on him a little bit, but still 21 years old. There's a lot of room for him to get better in terms of filling out his frame. You can see in these highlights, he looks more like a wide receiver than a tight end. But I think at his age, and he went through a shoulder injury in his final year, it's tough to bulk up and lift when you're playing through a shoulder injury. So a lot of missed time there as well. I think his blocking tape was actually better than Tyler Warren's, and I think that's ultimately probably why they went with him over Tyler Warren. And I'm actually okay with it because I think he can get there. And if that happens, you are talking about, let's say, a Mark Andrews, a top 5 type of tight end in the league. I even think his upside to be a full ranging blocking tight end is even higher than someone like Sam Laporta. So I do really like the fit. I love the pick, and I was lower on Loveland. It was a player that I wanted. I unfortunately ran out of time. I wanted to revisit him one last time this week, and I had a gut feeling that I was going to be cranking up his spot on the big board a little bit, but I just didn't quite get to it. So unfortunately, I'm just going to have to be a little bit too low on Loveland, but I did still have him as a first-round guy, and he's going to be an exciting playmaker for them.
All right, put on your Packers hat, though. How do you feel about it
as a Packers fan? It doesn't change the analysis. I think he's going to be annoying to cover, and I don't know that there was another pick that was like, an absolute slam dunk in that spot with the 3 offensive tackles gone. I think that's better than going for like Shamar Stewart, which is a player I was afraid of the Bears taking. Like if I was a Bears fan, I'd be afraid of them taking the kind of like raw developmental edge guy. I think in this draft class, they can wait and go that with their 2 second-round picks. Like because I agree with the fit, I'm not going to sit here and be too nitpicky about them taking him over Tyler Warren, even though I had Tyler Warren ranked over him. So it's certainly not crazy. And, man, a lot of playmakers in Chicago for Caleb to work with. And now top 5 play caller, too. So, like, really no excuses at this point. Caleb should be able to come in and hit the ground running in year 2. I want to give a shout out to Underdog Fantasy, you guys. Re up with Underdog again this year. Shout out to all the good people at Underdog. They have been just such fantastic partners. Working with them now. I think this is the 4th year. But right now at Underdog, you guys can get your season props going. Season stats, selections. You can string together like your favorite players and how well you think they're going to do. This is a lineup I put together for some players that I like for this season. I thought this would be a fun time to give Underdog a little shout out here. So Joe Burrow having a big year, passing yards. Dak Prescott getting back healthy. Marvin Harrison getting on the right page with Kyler Murray next year. Feel like that. We were so close last year. Trevor Lawrence getting like this even more now that we've got Travis Hunter coming in. Josh Jacobs getting into the end zone. Nico Collins, a full season of health as he's going to get force fed in Houston next year. You can get up to 35 times your money with that right there. So shout out to Underdog. Been amazing partners. And if you guys want to get ahead of the game before these numbers start to change, sign up using code TFG. You'd be a big support to my channel in the process. So thank you, Underdog. We got a pick coming in.
They're recognizing the military.
Shout out all members, existing or veteran, of the military. I know a couple years ago we did a live stream for charity. That's something I would love to get back to doing. Showing that, giving back to those that sacrifice for this country. So thank you for any members of the military watching tonight. Special shout out to you guys as well. But got some super chats to catch up on probably.
Yep, and they're just about to announce.
About to make their pick? Okay.
Actually.
So my prediction here has been Walter Nolan for the Niners for a long time. We'll see if that comes true. I need a...
Michael Williams.
Oh, Michael Williams.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, there was a lot of talk that he was going to go sooner than kind of the draft media. So I don't think it's a horrible pick for the Niners. I don't. This is like a kind of solid B for me on the Niners. We knew they were going D-line. Like, that was going to happen. That group is just so depleted. I think Michael Williams is going to be a really good player for them. They don't need to take the swing on a Shamar Stewart or take the character gambles on some of these other guys that are falling a little bit more. They got Nick Bosa. And in this system, Michael Williams can set a hard edge, can get him into third downs. And I think he can come along with Chris Kachurik, the best D-line coach in the league, in my opinion, with Robert Saleh back there too. Like, I think he's going to be a nice player. My pro comp on him is Gregory Rousseau. I think there's this kind of perception that I don't really like Michael Williams because I didn't want the Packers to take him. That was more about, like, I don't think the Packers need edge. He is 29th on my big board, so it's early. It's a what I would consider a slight reach, but I do think fit schematically is really good. And I think he's just a really nice high floor player that is going to get good coaching, and I think he has a good chance of hitting his upside projection of Greg Rousseau, who's like a $20 million player. So it's not the most exciting pick. I think someone like Walter Nolan had a little more upside for you there, but I see why they wanted to go this route too. So not going to slam him for it. There's some hidden upside in there with him too, because he played through an ankle injury in 2024, and really wasn't till the end of the season that he got close to health. And in those games, he had his best games of the year. So it's not crazy to say, like, getting him healthy, he's actually going to be a little bit more explosive and higher upside than even like a Greg Rousseau. He certainly was projected to go top 5 to 7 picks heading into the year. I do like him more than Shamar Stewart too, by the way. I have him right above. I want to make sure I'm not talking out of my butt here, but I believe I had Michael above Shamar. I did not. I'm talking out of my butt. I still had Shamar over him just because of the upside projection. So I got to walk that back a little bit. But still.
Cowboys take Tyler Booker.
Who'd they take? Tyler Booker. All right. Matthew Golden gets past Dallas for our Packers. I'm starting to get a little intrigued there. Okay, so Tyler Booker. I'm certainly not caught off guard by this.
Unintended.
Yeah, nice. Anna said, no pun intended. Caught off guard. Sorry, we still got the Michael Williams highlights going. Anna's updating the graphic. We share a mouse here, so we can't both control the computer at the same time. But so here's the thing with Tyler Booker that I've always said. And he ended up where on my big board? He was 26th, right? So, like, I still liked him as a first-round guy. The thing with Tyler Booker is there are certain teams that we're never going to draft Tyler Booker. He is a bottom-of-the-barrel athlete in terms of wide zone blocking, reach blocking, getting into that bucket step, finding a 5-tech and sealing off the edge for outside zone, or as a puller. But Dallas, with Schottenheimer and really Dak and like that whole infrastructure, it's been a very north and south run game, a lot of gap, inside zone. I mean, this just raises the floor of your offensive line. I think they probably would have preferred to get Kelvin Banks, but he's a really good football player, man. He's incredibly smart, never lets guys cross his face, picks up stunts. He's such a natural on those combo blocks. Just has really good feel for picking up a linebacker at the second level. Incredible pass protector. You're not going to go through him. He has giant arms, giant hands. I like Tyler Booker a lot. It's just he couldn't go to certain teams. And I think that led to this unnatural discourse out there in the media where, like, people hear, oh, the Dolphins, and I said this myself, like, the Dolphins aren't going to take him. Like, he's a third-round grade for the Dolphins, which is true. Like, the Seahawks are not going to take him. They're a wide zone blocking scheme. But I mocked him to the Bengals at 17 in my latest mock draft because if you are a north and south blocking scheme, he's a really good player. So I don't think it's crazy at all. I think Matthew Golden's a really good player. It's a little bit early for me. I'm going to give it a like it grade, not a love it grade, just to kind of say a little more, try to make the love it picks really stand out. But I think some people are going to be critical of them for this pick. I like this a lot more than the Tyler Guyton pick last year at tackle. And you got a great guard duo with Booker and Smith, right? Yeah, Tyler Smith. You got 3 Tylers on the offensive line. Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, and Tyler Booker. Is this a...
One we missed, I think we've kind of covered it, but if you want to shout out Flamboy for this.
Okay, Flambeau came in the Instagram DMs. It was at what point would Tet need to fall that I would hold it against Goody for not trading up? Yeah, if Tet fell to like anywhere past Dallas here, I would have gotten mad at him for not trading up. I think. But I'm just happy he's on one of my teams. Go Panthers. Keep. Let's go. All right, yeah, we should try and catch up on Super Chats. I feel like we are behind. Great. All right. So we got, I think we left off here from Ryan. Been watching your draft content for the last 4 years. Helped you through. Oh, that was the one we hit in the DMs. Going through grad school. Good luck, Ryan. Yeah. Okay. I'm a little bit further along here. Okay. From Garboogle. Recall you were kind of cold on the Cards' new front office when it came together. Off the top of your head, how have they done so far? Yeah, last year I was very lukewarm. I thought their draft was a little up and down. I thought they should have been more aggressive in free agency. I think this offseason was really exciting. You get just to load up on the D line. I think the jury's still out on like if we love that group, but I don't think I'd be panicking with them in control in Arizona. So they're still like a, decent B for me. From Mark, does George Pickens get traded in the next 24 hours? I'm not going to sit here and say yes, but when they did sign DK Metcalf, my initial thought was, I wonder if they don't want to give George Pickens a second contract. Like, is DK Metcalf plus George Pickens making $70 million a reasonable way to build a football team? I think it's at least worth, asking that question. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially if you're talking about they don't have a second-round pick because they traded for DK. If they want to go get a quarterback on day 2, get a second-round pick for Pickens and go get Jackson Dart or Shador or whoever it is there, absolutely. Mac Doggy says ESPN is comparing Cam Ward to Mahomes right now. Pro comps, it just depends on the context, right? If you're saying he has the pocket presence and the feel for space and some of the mannerisms of Patrick Mahomes and some of the playmaking instincts that he has, I mean, I've done that myself. I think I said it in the Cam Ward video I made in December, which I'll get a quick little bell ring for the December draft analysis on the channel. I wasn't a consensus opinion to, what? He's not on the screen? It wasn't a consensus opinion to say Shador is not a top 5 pick and Cam Ward is worth the number 1 pick at the time. So a little draft win there for the channel. Everybody says my quarterback analysis is a joke, but at least in terms of how these guys are going so far, it's been a pretty good year for that. We'll see how these guys play out, of course. But let's see, what was the question? I lost it. Comparing him to Mahomes. I mean, as long as you're not saying he's going to be as good as Mahomes, I don't have any issue comparing Cam Ward to Mahomes. Justin, what's up? Welcome back for another year, Justin. This was before the Panthers took T-Mac. Dude, we did it, Justin. We did it. We got T-Mac. Fist bump through the cam, my man. Flambeau, we answered that through the Instagram there. I think I got to refresh here. This dashboard's being slow on me. Have a little gummy bear. Oh, come on. Those are good gummies. Anna just notably physically cringed when I said that. Or is it because gummy is okay? They're not. It's not that. This isn't a Laramie Tunsil situation, guys. That's funny. Anyway, scrolling back to where I was. All right, we got pick coming in, but
Yep, right now.
Antec said Matthew Golden is his favorite. Kenneth Grant. All right. Good pick for the Dolphins, Kenneth Grant. So, good job, Miami. address the trenches, as I think everybody in Miami has been screaming for. O-line, D-line. Kind of hard to be critical of this one, other than saying like it's a little early for Kenneth Grant, but the upside is similar, or the upside is there for him to return value on this pick. I think I'll make this a B. I think it's a very solid pick. Beg the question, Walter Nolan, is he the better prospect? I think you could argue for that. But I do think Kenneth Grant's a really good player. The thing with him is going to be, just for lack of a, better way to put it, he just needs to play more consistently. You see the high-end plays from him, the way he can move at his size at 335 pounds. He can win with swim moves, not just as a rusher, but he'll use it as a penetrating three technique to get in the backfield, make an impact against the run. And then at times he does play up to his size too. You do see him take on double teams, drop the dead leg, have that anchor as that two-gapping nose tackle that you want to see. It just runs hot and cold. He to me, especially in that final year after Michigan won the national championship, he knows he's going first round. Watching his tape almost felt like he just was kind of getting bored at times and just wanted to play like he was a 290-pound three-tech and just, win with a swim move, not have to do the dirty work. And then you turn on the Ohio State tape and you feel pretty good. Like, okay, it is in there, when you're playing your hated rival and you got to get a stop on 3rd and 1, he could do it. So I'm definitely willing to bet on that. It's just, can you get that out of him more consistently? That's really the book on Kenneth Grant, but definitely a huge need for them to just address trenches, man. The Dolphins have been such a soft football team for a long time, taking speed players early. It's time for this. So I really like the pick, and I get it. All right. But yeah, Antec was saying Matthew Golden's my new favorite player. He found out he's an Outcast fan. He knows what's up. Shout out Outcast. Yes. Miguel with another super chat. If we come to Mexico City one of these days, let me know and I'll treat you to some local cuisine. All right, Miguel, you got it. From Matthew. Welcome back, Matthew. He says, I'm joking. I won't unsub depending on who we get at 5. You'll have to let us know, Matthew, if you were happy with who was it? It was Michigan DT. Names are slipping past me here. Mason Graham at number 5. You'll have to let us know if you were happy. And here's the chalkiest pick of all chalk. Tyler Warren. Hey, this was one of my mock draft picks we got right. Gonna ring the bell. We had Tyler Warren going 14 to the Colts in our mock draft a couple days ago. So, I mean, this has been in like everybody's mock draft since like January. The Colts don't really have a useful tight end. He's a great fit. My pro comp on him is Dallas Goedert, who worked with Shane Steichen in Philly, had some of his best years down there. So really lines up across the board. I'm actually going to flip this. It's close to I think you could probably say this is a certified steal in the sense that every time we would mock this for them, we didn't know that he was going to be there. I think in a normal draft class, he would be about the 14th best player, but this year, those top players weren't really there. So, I think it's bordering on a love it grade and a certified steal, but I am pretty freaking excited about this one for them. So I'll keep it as the certified steal. But it's just another headache for defenses going against the Colts to deal with. You have, hopefully a good offensive line. They lost a couple good pieces there with Kelly and Will Fries, but a great run game to say the least with Anthony Richardson, assuming he wins the job over Daniel Jones. Jonathan Taylor, obviously one of the best backs in the league. But what they haven't really had is for a system that runs a ton of RPOs. This is the idea of this offense, is to have those pop passes into the flat, suck the linebacker in, and have Tyler Warren run a crossing route behind the linebackers. These easy outlet passes when these defenses are already have their hands full dealing with the read option game from Anthony Richardson, who, if he could just stay healthy, is, one of the most dynamic rushing threats at QB. You now get instantly a top 5 run after catch tight end in the league, and a guy that can make incredible catches and does have upside, by the way, to improve his blocking and improve his route running, where there are exciting flashes in those areas. If he can improve those things, he has upside to be an all-pro, incredible tight end, which that statement right there, I think, locks this in as that certified steal, because he is a top 10 player in this draft, in my opinion, and just a really fun player to bring in, too. He kind of just passes the eye test. Like, you can nitpick wasted steps in his routes, or the fact that he was a 5th-year breakout, or the fact that he isn't as good of a inline blocker as you prefer. You can definitely nitpick some stuff in his game, but at the end of the day, you just feel really good getting through his cut-ups and saying, yeah, that's a playmaking impact player in the NFL. So really, really like that one. We've been anticipating that pick for a long time. All right, let's go back to the Super Chats. Shout out all you guys. You are just incredible with the support here for the channel. And this just doesn't want to pull this up for me. Let's see. I'm going to close this. Gosh. What's going on? All right, I'm just going to close Google. Bear with me here. All right. Super Chats. Scroll up. Where do we leave off? From Matthew there. All right, from Colton. This shows you how far behind we are, but wondering what the best pick for the Bears was. I think they did a good job. We can probably move forward just to catch up here, but thank you, Colton. Brayley Nichols as well. Shout out. Thank you for the super chat. Dylan Freeman. What do I think of Dylan Freeman out of South Carolina? He's 5'7", 145. Didn't test at the combine. Can play any position. Let's line him up at nose tackle. See how it goes, Dylan. You're lining up for the Colts. Week 1. Let's see how it goes. Thank you for the super chat. From Max. Browns trade down again with the Bears. Are we that far behind? Wow. But anyway, thank you, Max. We're probably a little bit dated on that, to address that. I'm struggling with this name. Guayam Nunes. That's my best shot, but thank you. Shout out in the chat there. Scott, cousin. Scott, how we doing? The T-Mac bet down there in North Carolina. We're good. We're good to go. Shout out for making that that for me. Keegan, excited to have my soothing voice in your ear for the next 3 days. Year 6 in the live stream. Wow, that's shout out Keegan Jones. That's awesome. 6 years supporting the channel. We appreciate you. From Rolazolo. Thank you. Robert as well. Asking about the Raiders way back when. Man, we got behind on these bad boys. From Elite Clone. Who's the best pick for Green Bay? Matthew Golden is still there, you guys. That is my pipe dream for the Packers, or maybe Will Johnson would be really fun too. Both guys are still there, so we're holding out hope for those two players for Green Bay. Echo, shout out Echo, $50. Thank you so much. You are always one of our most incredible supporters of this channel. So shout out to Echo. Thank you. He says, I know you think Tyler Warren falls, but everything I've seen says he's not making out of the top 10. Well, take that, Echo. I was right. And the Colts get him. From Homie Yosh. 49ers fan on an international business flight to the Middle East. So you've got some entertainment to keep you busy on that long flight. Thank you for joining us from the skies. Have a safe flight, homie Yosh. Dawson. Shefty said the Titans turned down 21st. Oh, sorry. I read that as 25 first-round picks from the New York Giants. That's more funny to me that the Giants were so desperate to get Cam Ward that they just said, take the next 25 years of first-round picks. That doesn't surprise me that the Giants offered a 25 first-rounder to come up. That doesn't surprise me at all. It doesn't surprise me that the Titans turn it down. They need their QB. Fair enough. Max in the super chat said he can't compare the Great Wall of Dallas to the Raiders' offensive line. I think that's fair. I just more so meant like they do have a solid offensive line. Like it's good enough that I'm comfortable taking a running back in the top 6. I agree that Dallas's offensive line was amazing, but I would also say that G&T is a better prospect than Zeke was. Maybe that's controversial, but I definitely believe that. I don't even think Zeke was my number 1 running back that year. I think I had Derrick Henry. That was the first year. That was the Nathan Peterman draft. But that was the first year that I even started thinking about the draft and all that. I think I had both. I might have even had Joe Mixon ahead of him too.
We have 1,000 people that like the chat or like the stream. Thank you guys
Yes.
for all your support.
1,000 likes on the stream. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. All right. John, thoughts on the Jets pick? I mean, it's an A, man. We've been analyzing Membu to the Jets for a long time. It was pretty chalk, but love that offensive line and how they're building things up. Funkmaster Jeffy wanted a treat for Teddy. Did we?
You threw them.
I threw them when the Panthers took McMillan.
Well, you got to pick them up because I'm not getting on camera.
All right.
And with that, the Falcons are making their pick.
All right. Another treat, Teddy? You're doing so good, Ted.
Jalen Walker.
All right. Not a big surprise. Sticking home. So, this is a situation where I can actually, like, not completely talk crap about Jalen Walker. Just want to make sure I get the certified steal off the screen before it comes in so people don't screenshot me. Who was it last year? There was a player that people screenshotted me thinking was a certified steal that was like a horrible pick. But yeah, so at 15 for Jalen Walker, you knew he was going to go earlier than certainly I had him ranked 30th on my big board. But this does work for me. I think keeping him close to home is fun, right? But it's a 3-4 system in Atlanta. He can scream off the edge. He can do what he does. He has at least the upside. If things work out, he has the upside to give them what they need. Now, I'm not going to lie, man. Like, this is like a B pick for me. It is. I think there's a lot of risk attached to this in that, and by the way, announced as a linebacker. On is going off of what the network says there, but definitely anticipating he's going to be an edge outside backer for them. But there's a lot of risk attached, and the Falcons have really struggled to hit on defensive line, and I would be terrified if I'm a Falcons fan that this was another pick that's not going to work out for us. So I'm not going to send this thing home and say, oh, great slam dunk pick or anything like that. But I do think from a scheme point of view, they're going to run a lot of stunts. They're going to be able to loop him inside. They have a lot of different bodies on the edge. I think they can get creative with him as a rush linebacker where he does do some really good stuff. So in terms of the fit, I do like it. I'm glad almost for Jalen Walker's sake that he didn't go in the top 10 because I think that's just a little unreasonable for him. But, you know, if he can line up on the edge more consistently, work on that pass rush repertoire rather, and start to, you know, just get in a spot where he can just stem moves together. Because with how they used him at Georgia, he was just kind of moving all over the place, lining up on guards. There's just not really much of a pass rush package there for him. But I don't hate it. I definitely don't hate it. It is interesting though, yeah, like those character concerns on Mike Green and James Pierce Jr. The NFL's telling us those are legit things, because I think everybody agrees that the tape, well, maybe not everybody, but I think most people agree, the tape on both James Pierce Jr. and Mike Green is better than someone like Jalen Walker or Mykel Williams that went ahead. Will be interesting to look back and ask the question of, is this another year of Georgia defenders getting overdrafted? Hasn't been the cleanest track record with these first-round picks working out. But let's keep going through the super chats here. So, from Adam Bowman, if I were GM for the newest team, the Alaskan Blizzards, and the NFL gives you the first 5 picks of the draft, who would I pick? So, you're in Cam Ward, obviously. I would just go Membu, and I like to get bookend tackle duos. I'll take Will Campbell, and if he really fails, we'll work on him at guard. But I would take Membu and Campbell. Oh, would I though? Hold on, let me rewind that thought. That just is an insight into where my mind immediately goes. It's like QB, tackle duo, pass rusher. But I don't want to screw up the value that we could get with the elite players in the draft. So Ward, I'd probably just take my 4 blue chip prospects. Now that I say that, Travis Hunter, you got to get Travis Hunter. T-Mac is one of my 4 blue chip players in this draft. Abdul Carter, obviously. And the question is, would I take Ashton Jinty or would I want to get like a Membu? I think I would want to go Membu just because I don't want to walk in with like a horrible offensive line and get Cam Ward killed. So I probably wouldn't take Jinty because I think we can find running back at a different spot. But yeah, I would go those guys. Fun question. From Jedi Raltz. Welcome back, Jedi. Who, yes, before I even read your comment, I know you, Jedi Raltz. We've been familiarizing each other for a long time. 2020, as you say in the comment. But just hope the Cowboys can give me a reason to be excited tonight. There is a comment on this. None of them were reacting to it, but yeah, Tyler Booker's not the most exciting pick, but for me, offensive line's exciting. I always am going to want to beef up the offensive line. So, from Super K-Man Rocks, thank you for the super chat. I believe the reason the Pats passed on Membu is their fear that he wouldn't be as good converting to left tackle since he only played right tackle going back to high school. It's fair. I think we've certainly seen players make that transition pretty seamlessly, but if you worked him out and you were worried about it, I understand there is logic behind it, at least. I will admit that. All right, so Walter Nolan off the board, top 16. Great pick for the Cardinals here. I am a big fan of Walter Nolan. This is a really good landing spot. We're all up to date. Put the grade in. I'm going to say I love it. Not quite going certified steal. I think this is about his range, 10 to 16. But that D-line is really shaping up now in Arizona. They signed a bunch of dudes in free agency, but none of those interior pieces they signed are long-term solutions. They are Band-Aids, which makes this pick even sweeter because I think Nolan will contribute right away. He will be a part of that rotation, no doubt, and get after the quarterback and stop the run. You have now hockey lines of talent on that D-line. You can run multiple sets of starting D tackles out there, multiple sets of starting edge guys, keep them fresh. The Cardinals defensive line undoubtedly will be the most improved unit in the league next year. I will make that take right now because not only have they added to the group, but they missed like all the starting players they did have last year. Young players, Aguilari and their first-round pick, Robinson, the 2 veteran D tackles that they signed last year, they didn't play. They were rolling out practice squad, street free agent talent last year. You now have 2 starting two whole ass starting units of like lines that would be better than what they had last year. So it's going to look night and day defensively with Jonathan Gannon's unit down there. So it's a great pick. And, you know, the long-term upside for Nolan is really exciting. He's a tremendous athlete. He just wins with athletic tools right now because he could. He's got easy leverage. He plays low. He's got an incredible motor. That's what I love a lot about him. But he's got a nasty rip move. He will get under your pads and bull rush you. And that's really all he had to do at college. But you got mentors in the building now to kind of work on more stuff. I mean, you got Calais Campbell next to you. Like, man, what a great, like one of the elite humans in the NFL, Calais Campbell, coming in to mentor Walter Nolan. How do you not love that? I'm almost talking myself into changing this to a certified steal. Value-wise, I think it's up there. We had Nolan 10th on my big board. It's up there. It's kind of in between these two right here. I'm going to keep it as a love it. But I really do. I love it. Okay, I need a quick bathroom break. I'm going to run a quick YouTube ad at you guys. Pick is in. The Bengals. Teddy, we forgot your Bengals jersey. He's getting used to getting these treats, I think. It's like, I think there was another super chat in there asking to give Teddy a treat. Are they about to announce it, or?
It's in.
Okay.
The one that you were about to read.
The last super chat before. Funk Master Jeffy. Your wife is so cool for helping you. Is she single? All right, that's gonna crack the. We just had the 16th pick. We had the best super chat of the night. It's time to open up a beer. Shout out Castle Danger, free promo, best brewery in Minnesota. Well, indeed deserves some love too. Real quick, guys, I want to thank Underdog for sponsoring the video tonight. With all these rookies coming in, if you want to jump ahead of, non-draft sickos and either draft these players in your best ball leagues, which are a ton of fun, it's all about the draft. You just do your draft, and you don't have to set your lineups throughout the year. It's all about what your knowledge was at the time. In this case, in April, if you think T-Mac is going to kill it with Bryce Young, you can draft both those players here in April before their prices go up here in a couple of months. You can also do season-long selections as well. If you just want to isolate those two players and go higher on their season passing yards, you can do all that at Underdog. And it's a great way to support my channel. as well. So TFG is the code over there at Underdog, and good luck, guys, with all of those lineup submissions. I just want to take the. It's not coming off. There we go.
Shamar Stewart.
Oh man. All right. So my low end comp on Shamar Stewart.
Can you tell me where he's from and his position?
He is an edge from. I almost accidentally played the EA Sports soundbite. He's an edge from Texas A&M. My low end comp on Shamar Stewart, ironically, is Miles Murphy, who the Bengals took a couple years ago, who was all bull rush and nothing else. And that obviously didn't work out. They are now drafting Shamar Stewart because they probably don't believe much in Miles Murphy. Or they're going to trade Trey Hendrickson, and those two guys will be their guys. So I get it. It's another dart throw at a player like that. Walter Nolan just came off the board for you, so you kind of have to react and do your thing. I would definitely, if I'm a Bengals fan, like...
Do we get a who day or do we not get a who day?
It's like a...
Just a who?
Who dis? Who day? The thing is, I don't, like, hate the pick. I think this is more of a range where the risk becomes a little more worth it on Shamar. He ended up, if I pull up the big board, he ended up 25th on the big board. So it's not like some egregious reach, right? I just don't think that's the direction I would have gone for them. But the other thing is, like, it just comes down to these quote-unquote bad character players, Mike Green and James Pierce Jr. The NFL is clearly, like, very worried about these guys. And the Bengals got burned big time last year with Jermaine Burton. They've taken risks on character red flags in the past. But if they didn't want to go that route, this was probably their best option in terms of edge. So I can't really slam them for it. It's just like, man, we just did this 2 years ago with the same guy in this coaching staff. Although it's a new coaching staff, to be fair. They did move on from that regime, so maybe the new staff can get better development out of them.
It kind of seems like you're leaning more like it's fine than I like it.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The main question is, like, okay, Booker's gone. I liked Booker for them. I understand not going with the character edge guys. Michael Williams is gone. Walter Nolan just went. Like, where else were you? You're not drafting a receiver. I'd rather take a gamble at D-line probably if I'm them than, like, you could have taken, like, Malachi Starks, but it's just enough where, like, I understand it that I'm not going to slam them for it. I think they got a little bit backed into a wall because I think Walter Nolan was probably their guy. The main criticism is, like, when Nolan started to drop, maybe you should have been a little more aggressive to go get him, but let's read some super chats. Picking up where we left off with Funk Master's amazing comment. From Legend Gaming. Great way to spend your 21st birthday. Happy birthday. Enjoy your night. Stay safe. Hunter makes sense to the Jags because of Cohen's 12 personnel and due to having Diami and Parker Washington take snaps as well. Yeah, you can't really drop a better opportunity for him to play some wide receiver, play some corner, figure everything out. It's such a great fit. And I like kind of justifying you give up 2 picks to get one player, but that one player is 2 players. You know, it's like it's a fun way to justify a very unique player when he is occupying 2 spots when you're trading 2 picks to go get the guy. So the Seahawks pick is in. the ultimate question, will they stray from what they've done in the past and select an interior offensive lineman? Gray Zabel is there for them. That is the right pick for them here. Will they make it? We'll find out very soon here. Goodell's going to read this off. We did have a nice super chat from Real Talk 74. Fly, Eagles, fly. Fifth year. They did it? They took Gray Zabel? Good job, John Schneider. We are all collectively so proud of you, John Schneider. You did the thing that we've been saying since January, since the Senior Bowl, when Gray Zabel came out. And I don't put this lightly, guys. I've been going to the Senior Bowl. I think I've been to 5 at this point. Gray Zabel, easily a top 5 Senior Bowl week I've ever seen. Not just, he's a small school guy and he came out and looked the part. Like, he just came out and just dominated. A guy that was lighter on paper, but anchored against a really good D-line class that was in attendance. You load up the tape, you see a great athlete, played tackle. He's going to slide inside. The perfect fit for, because I'm so excited that they took him, I'm going to give this a certified steal. Just because the Seahawks fans were so afraid they weren't going to do this. But Seattle's a team we were talking about. Think back to when we were talking about Tyler Booker. Booker was never going to be in play for Seattle because they are a wide zone blocking scheme. That is what Kubiak wants to do. And they're not going to apologize about it, but they need an athlete in there that can reach 5 techs, reach, left or right. Like, he can do all of that stuff. He's a tremendous run blocker. I think this is just, I don't have literally a bad word to say. It's just super exciting for Seahawks fans. Even on a more macro level, I've said this about John Schneider for 2 years now. I've always loved John Schneider. He went to my alma mater, St. Thomas, Roll Toms. But this has been his Achilles heel as a general manager. He has been overly stubborn about not investing in the interior of the offensive line. And to know that you have, unlike a certain team that's picking in 5 picks, a GM that is willing to adapt to league trends and modernize your draft philosophy and make the right pick for your organization, even if it goes against what you used to believe. Even if Gray Zabel is worse than we think, I think it's encouraging to know that John Schneider's not so stuck in his ways that he can't do the right thing for the team. So it's just as much a win for the future of the Seahawks as it is for this pick. So that's just an amazing, amazing pick. Love everything about it. All right. Super chats from Jaeger Marchant with the T-Mac pick. What is Carolina's floor and ceiling this year? Well, without giving away too much about deep dive rankings and all that stuff, I think they can win the NFC South as a ceiling. Absolutely.
I mean, the ceiling is winning the Super Bowl.
Is it?
I think
You heard it here first.
And only.
I think the floor is still relatively low. Not like they get the number 1 pick, but, it was a feel-good ending to the season. I think they still need to prove that that's who they are. But I absolutely think that's we can win the division type of pick because their offense could be phenomenal. If Bryce is what he was in the last 6 weeks of last year, there's really no reason he shouldn't be in the mix. Now, the Bucks had a really good offseason too, so they're going to be pretty good. But Nick, you and your wife seem like such down-to-earth people. Even if I'm ever in your neck of the woods, I'd love to meet up for a beer just to talk about how great Brad Holmes and Jahmyr Gibbs are. Well, thank you, Nick. Hit us up. But I'm still out here apologizing for my 2023 Detroit Lions draft takes. I think I've won back the hearts of most Lions fans, though. Sorry, Teddy. Was that cracker for you? Teddy looks personally offended that I just ate that Ritz cracker that he's been staring at. All right, let's keep catching up. Again, you guys, I'm speechless. Can't thank you enough for showing your support here tonight in the Super Chats. It just makes everything we do at the draft all the more worth it. But Adrenaline, $20 Super Chat, thank you. Well, it wasn't the trade down, but I appreciate them not going Sanders. So this is how far back we are. We're still talking about the Saints pick there, but yep, congrats, Adrenaline. Saints did good. Good work. Mickey Loomis didn't screw it up. Dominique, love the channel. Been watching since from Western Australia since 2022. Shout out. Happy my Giants took Carter. Do you reckon we trade back up for Sanders or Dart? The fun thing is, if you like both of them, they don't have to trade. You really don't. You know, Cleveland could get in the mix there. I'm just seeing a tweet that they're sharing on NFL Network from Deion Sanders. The rejected will be respected. I don't know, man. Everything out of that camp just rubs me the wrong way. And I like Deion. But in terms of how they handled Shadur's draft process, I've said it from the very beginning. They came off very, would pompous be the right word? Entitled. From the very beginning, from the Shrine Bowl, which was like the first draft event for all intents and purposes, they acted like they belonged as a top 3 draft pick. And they just weren't. They just weren't. They needed to realistically like give teams a reason to draft you high, because your tape and your trait, like your traits, don't necessarily do that. So come off like, you know, you want to do everything you can to show that you can compete, instead of, like, frankly, kind of being a little scared of the whole thing and riding your hype train. Like, I get it. You're afraid you're not going to perform as well as you want at these events. But I think teams would have respected it more if you did, because they know you're not this insane, traitsy quarterback prospect. But the fact that you act like you are is a little bit of a turnoff.
All right, my favorite name so far.
Wow. Wow, Bucks.
Was that a good wow or a bad wow?
It's a good wow. I want to say Igbuka was like my 19th player on the board, so that's like smack on track, yeah. So yeah, I want to check that. Igbuka was, let's see. Sorry, Teddy. A little bit lower, 24. But still, I'm down. Like, it's interesting. I'm like processing it because I didn't really think about them going wide receiver. So before I say love it, let me just process everything. Because Jahad Campbell was there, that was like, everybody was saying that's the no-brainer pick here. But this is fascinating in the sense that it's a very crowded room. They brought Godwin back. And I would argue Godwin and Igbuka have very redundant skill sets. So that's just fascinating to me. Godwin does a lot of his best work from the slot and is a guy that can step outside, which is exactly what you'd say about Igbuka. And there was a lot of buzz for, was it not McMillan? Yeah, it is McMillan. Not Tet McMillan, but the other McMillan, who likewise is kind of in this mold of slot forward players. So like, it's just interesting because it's not a need, you know, but they must have just fallen in love with his character. Mike Evans, to be fair, is getting up there. Chris Godwin is coming off the injury. Maybe Chris Godwin won't be full go right away. I'm sure they have plans to get him going. So I will say I like it as a pick. It's not anything crazy. It's not some crazy value or anything like that, but he definitely fits their style with those receivers we just rattled off. He's a very smart, physical receiver, always gets to the right place at the right time. He's tough after the catch. He's got kind of sneaky speed at times, but he's not a vertical. He's not somebody going to line up outside and be this great vertical threat.
But number one in the name draft so far.
Yeah, you're putting him number one?
Oh, for sure.
Ahead of Tatora McMillan?
Oh, I did like Tatora.
Or I don't even know how to properly say that first name, to be honest. Is it? I think it's. I should know because
That's
he's.
what they're saying on ESPN.
Also, I'm getting a McMillan Panthers jersey. I'm getting one. I'm so fired up about that.
Why are you yelling at me like I'm gonna oppose that?
I don't know,
Better
but
get two.
you have a Bryce Young or you have an Andy Dalton Panthers jersey. You know they brought him back, right? They re-signed him.
I do know they
Okay.
signed. I mean, who wouldn't want to re-sign Andy Dalton?
All right, super chats. We will catch up on the super chats before.
Oh my gosh, we got another 100.
Wow, yeah. Purpose over pleasure. $100 super chat. Thank you. As a Titans fan, it's crazy how after he was picked, ESPN talks about Shador. First player I hope fails. I can't even say I blame you. Like I just said, the whole thing is a little over the top for what he is as a player. And I agree. The Titans, I think the Tennessee Titans are going to be a little pissed with the timing of everything because they want to be a big market team, right? Like Nashville's like the fastest growing city in the country, and like just a little inside information. Like I was talking with some other content creators, and it was like, you know, we're expecting numbers to be down for our draft content this year because for guys like us, like we want the high QB prospects. We want the big giant markets to, have those top picks. And in Tennessee's case, it's like, well, there's so much potential for them to be a big market, but they got like no screen time, man. They take Cam Ward, that should have been a big moment for Tennessee. For Cam, it's like nobody even talks about it. And immediately they let the Jags trade up come in. I get it. It's wild news, but man, Tennessee got like no screen time tonight in one of the most watched events of the year. So I would be a little, I could see coming from that perspective being a little ticked as a Titans fan and what's supposed to be a big moment for your team and was a big moment for your team. But let's see. Where do we leave off? From Joshka Klepel. Just appreciate everything you do content-wise. Also appreciate you stick to your grades throughout the process. If the Vikings trade out of round one, what would be the best player for them to get? Great question.
That is a good question.
Yeah, it depends how far you're trading down. I know Donovan Jackson's like a guard out of Ohio State, like kind of fits in nicely with what they need. So I don't know if they're how far they're trading down there. Picking him in the top 30, 33, 34, and like a QB trade down situation is a little bit rich. I would love one of those top safeties, like maybe Malachi Starks falls or Kevin Winston Jr., Savon Ravel, like some of the in the secondary in a trade down situation would be a nice little hot spot for them. From Luke, Panthers fans on social media are having a meltdown that they didn't take Jalen Walker. Whatever. Let them have a meltdown. They're going to forget about it real quick. It's funny that he ended up in the division for the Falcons. So I'm praying for the Broncos here they don't take Matthew Golden. It would be nice because I would be right about a mock draft pick. I had them taking Matthew Golden, but I will be extremely happy. I will be take a shot of tequila shot happy if the Packers end up getting Matthew Golden. But let's see what Denver goes here. Marion Hampton's a pretty common pick.
A lovely young man, 17 years old, for his Make-A-Wish is announcing for the Broncos.
Very cool. Very, very cool. All right, here we go. He kind of looks like J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, Jahdae Barron.
Jahdae Barron. There he goes. Oh, that's a sick fit for Barron. That's a sweet fit for Barron. So I always like when I'm lower on a guy, but it comes full circle and like I don't have to just trash on the pick. I feel like this year is lining up really nicely for that, where I don't have to like we've had like F graded picks in the past. Like I don't need to do that to Denver here. Am I going to sit here and say it's this amazing slam dunk pick? No, I'm not. I think this is a like it pick for me. But Barron to me is best as a nickel corner, and with them taking Barron here, that to me tells me that Denver agrees because they have Riley Moss, who played phenomenal last year. Obviously, Pat Surtain's locking down the outside. But they have had an undrafted rookie. His name's not going to come to me off the top of my head. Who's made some splash plays, but has really been an up and down. I should know this. Hold on. Pulling up the old Our lads. Jaquan McMillan. A lot of McMillans that we're talking about here. But I think looking to upgrade over Jaquan McMillan is a very reasonable approach for them and was shaping into a bit of a weak spot on their defense. I also don't think it's insane that they could have him step back and play safety if Talanoa Hufanga can't stay healthy, which does happen. Barron has played some safety for Texas. So for me, that's where he thrives, is as a thumping intermediate run defender that can fill in the run in a way that Jaquan McMillan he doesn't do that as well. He's 5'10", 183 pounds. It's just hard for him. Jahdae Barron can do that and give you the coverage stuff on top. So I really like the fit. It's a little bit early than I would prefer to take him, but that is also me being kind of on an island with Barron. I just didn't think his coverage as a corner was good enough and consistent enough, sticky enough, if you will, to take in the top 20 of the draft was kind of my take, and stick him on the outside. Well, here you're taking him at 20, and he's playing inside, presumably. So I do think the fit is nice. There's other picks I think would have been better. I think getting a playmaker, it's very frustrating if I'm a Broncos fan that you're not getting a playmaker here. I think that's putting a lot of faith in Evan Ingram to stay healthy. I think with Matthew Golden there, Amarian Hampton, it's like, man, I would have loved a playmaker there. So I'm almost, with that said, like leaning more towards fine, just because when I talk through it, I don't know that. I mean, it's certainly not where I would have gone, and I would have taken Matthew Golden if I was there. But I think he's going to be a really nice player, so it's hard to be like overly critical of it. But it's like a B- pick if we could split the difference there. So the Steelers are picking, and we will find out if this is going to be Shedeur, if it's going to be Jackson Dart.
What's your prediction?
I think they take...
I don't think it's going to be Shedeur.
I don't think it's going to be Shedeur. I think it's either going to... I'll just pick one player. I think it's going to be...
Say it right now. Hurry up.
All right. I will say Derek Harmon.
Oh, you said it the same time he did. That was so weird. Derek Harmon.
Is that who it was?
Yeah.
Ooh, just in time. Woo! All right. Hell yeah, we got it. That's crazy. All right. I love it. Aaron Rodgers, welcome to the Pittsburgh Steelers, I think. We've mocked Derek Harmon to the Steelers quite a bit, and it's a great pick. I think this is right around where he should have gone in the 15 to 21 range. And my pro comp, well, just kidding. I thought about, did I go Cam Hayward? No, Cam Hayward was my comp on Mason Graham. But same idea. Super athletic, 6'5", defensive tackle. He's your long-term Cam Hayward replacement, but they need extra bodies in there as well. And he's a 3-down player. He's exactly their type. That's what I would keep coming back to him. He's a great football player. There were some medical rumblings before the draft. If that is true, that's why I guessed the Steelers to take him here, because they have historically done that. They've rolled the dice on injury-prone players. But yeah, man, it's a great pick. Not really too much else to say for a pick that we have mocked there before. I will roll Harmon's highlights for you Steelers fans here while I do a super chat from Wade. Just thank you. Shout out to Wade. Shout out to James. We've got someone just getting out of boot camp in White Rhino Reviews. Thank you for your service. Also happy that supervillains like Mike Green haven't been picked yet. Hey, I think that's a fair statement. If there's truth to the sexual assault accusations from years ago. Man Juice says, is this draft class decent, good, or amazing in terms of top talent? I would, in terms of top talent, I would actually say below average. I think from that 4 to 12 range, we saw less high-end talent. But I would argue the depth of this class is much better, with players 8 through 35 not really being too different. Echo re-upped his membership on YouTube. Thank you, Echo. Brandon Metzler, is Will Johnson still top DB even with the injury? So no, I did ultimately put Travis Hunter up above Will Johnson after he did not run his 40, because they were already so tight for me. That was enough. Plus, hearing some people were a little bit lower on him, I did ultimately put Travis Hunter as a corner up above Will Johnson, but I still really like Will Johnson. And the board, I will say, has fallen brilliantly well for my Green Bay Packers. The two guys I did not want, Mykal Williams and Shamar Stewart, are gone. And the two guys I want the most, Will Johnson and Matthew Golden, are here. Now, every single year, we get here a pick before the Packers. I tell you who I want to pick, and then they don't pick them. So I probably should have just kept my mouth shut. But
without fail, I don't think they've ever picked the pick that you've wanted.
Not in the first round, at least.
Yeah, right.
So, ready to get hurt again. I will say that. I'm cautiously optimistic that like Matthew Golden or Will Johnson would be their type. I mean, here's hoping, man. Here's hoping. It feels so easy, right? Like with everything we've said about them, all their needs, how the board has fallen. This is, if you want to know why does TFG hate Brian Gutekunst so much, think about where we are right now. 2 obvious picks on the board. One could go here to the Chargers. I think Will Johnson getting reunited with his college defensive coordinator here would be a phenomenal pick, by the way. But 2 obvious picks for the Packers, and they could go and take Maxwell Harrison out of Kentucky. Like that, they just completely take a left turn when they should take a right turn. No, just one round. I feel like we're going kind of fast.
It's been spaced really nicely, actually.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
It hasn't been 3 picks and then we're sitting around for 10
Right.
minutes. Yeah, absolutely. Pars said, thanks for the live stream. What should the Pats have done if not Will Campbell? T-Mac, Ted McMillan. I've been on that all the way through. Absolutely should have. I will sit here and say today they still should have taken T-Mac. Hopefully the Panthers can turn him into a superstar and make them look like fools. Cold takes. Who do the Browns take at 33 and 36? Seems QB in 2026. To me, loading up on first rounders next year says they like the QB options next year. And yeah, they're going to maybe try to get Kirk Cousins in there for a year and take a QB next year would make sense. I think at 33, if you could get, I love Marion Hampton. If he falls to them, that's great. But what about Quinshon Judkins? Keeping him in Ohio. Get yourself a running back in the second round who's incredibly talented, in my opinion. But I think tapping into this, you could double dip at D-line. You could grab offensive line. Maybe, what about two Ohio State players? You get Josh Simmons to protect your quarterback that you take next year and a Marion Hampton. How about those two guys? Otherwise, like a Josh Connerly could make sense. You could stick with Ohio State if you want to keep going down that road with Jackson, the interior offensive line. Let's see. We're getting closer to caught up. Why the James Pierce fall? I don't get it. There's a lot of rumblings about kind of practice behavior, not the best teammate, football character stuff. Not that he's a bad guy, but
nobody showed up to his birthday.
Nobody showed up to his birthday party. That type of deal. But the smoke was out there with him, so it's not a big surprise to see him fall. I don't think we're going to be waiting too much longer to see his name. The talent's just too great. From Foster, $20 super chat. Thank you. My color scheme bothers you for the draft grades. I do.
I kind of agree.
No, I know what you're saying.
They're too similar.
Well, he's saying for everything else, blue is better than green.
Right.
But when I do...
But also they're too similar. You're just like, we need some...
I hear what you're saying on that front too, but I know more specifically what he's saying. Everything else I do, blue is higher than green, and then when I do draft grades, green is higher than blue.
Right.
Which I get it. I get what you're saying. So I hear you, Foster. Maybe I'll make the switch just for you. Appreciate the super chat. We got someone praying for Zabel to the Hawks. It happened. Congrats, Colin. I think it was your super chat that sent it home. Mickey Mouse, as a Packers fan, who do I least want the Lions to take?
Oh my gosh. I thought the question was Mickey Mouse goes to the Packers. Okay, continue. It's like, what is this question?
I would say like James Pierce would scare me if the Lions got James Pierce, because I think he's a top 10 player in the draft, and I think that's a culture he would go in and like. It's hard to get there and not buy in, you know. So I think James Pierce would probably be the guy for Detroit. That's like, damn, that's gonna suck. All right, Chargers pick is in. This could be Will Johnson. It could be Matthew Golden. I'm fully anticipating that they could take one of the guys I really want my Packers to take here. The nice thing is both guys will be there for Green Bay. Is there a band playing right now?
Yes, they're playing Michael Jackson, and from the sound of it, very poorly. But it also just might be people yelling in the background.
I'm going to do another super chat. Cyrodiin, 50, I think those are euros. Thank you so much. Greetings from Germany. Maybe we'll take those 50 euros and stash them away for our potential Euro trip if we're going to an Ireland game this year. But thank you so much. He listens to our analysis while he's in the lab, stuck with you through it as a bachelor, your master's, and are still keeping that same energy through your PhD. Well,
Hey!
I will take all of the credit for that, for your PhD. Thank you for giving me credit. shout out to my producer with her PhD.
No, I don't have a PhD. I have a doctorate
You're-
in nursing practice, a DNP.
DNP,
Doctor. in
which is
nursing
like,
practice.
isn't it the same number of years?
It's the same number of years.
Yeah, but it's a doctor as opposed to physics, right? Is the
Well,
difference?
we're both going to be doctors.
You're still a doc.
One's research based and one's practicing based.
Got it.
We can have this discussion another
That
time.
sounds good. But shout out, Sheridan. Thank you. All right, I'm marrying Hampton to the Chargers. It's not surprising, but I now have to go delete all my Najee Harris top 10 fantasy back tweets for next year. All right. On one hand, trying to tackle Marion Hampton and Najee Harris is going to be a complete pain in the ass. On the other hand, the fantasy football player in me is like, well, there goes two perfectly good running backs that were going to be potential top 10 backs next year that are now just going to be top 30 backs because it's going to be a complete split in the work share. But I do understand it. Marion Hampton is a supremely talented player. If you take positional value out, which you can't just do that, if you take positional value out, he's a top 10 player in this draft class. For me, the Najee Harris pick was a slam dunk. The Najee Harris signing was a slam dunk. The Chargers have too many needs, in my opinion, to take a running back. For that reason, I think it's fine. You know, there's nothing wrong with the value. Marion Hampton is my he's my 19th player in the draft, so the value's fine. But if I'm a Chargers fan and that pick comes in, and you had Will Johnson and Matthew Golden up there, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's insane how many people are there in Green Bay. That's got to be a record. Like, I guess Nashville was pretty nuts when the draft was in Nashville.
So I was talking about this with the guy at an airport. You're also in a smaller venue.
Well, yeah, but are you seeing these like scenes from the street? Like,
But also we're coming back from COVID too.
that's true. That's true. But yeah, we can play some of Marion Hampton highlights because he's still a really freaking good player. Sorry, I didn't mean to just ignore what you were saying.
I think you should play the highlights.
Yeah.
You're getting distracted.
I'm getting distracted. Yeah, I think the Chargers could have afforded to go in a different direction. This kind of just reeks is a hard word, but like it reeks of Jim Harbaugh and offensive coordinator. Total brain fart here. Greg Roman. Reeks of Greg Roman and Harbaugh, where it's like, well, you already got the running back. Go get another position that's really going to help you win games in a year that you're kind of trying to go for it. So I'm going to give it like a C grade. As good as Hampton is, man, my pro comp is Joe Mixon. He can run between the tackles. He can run outside the tackles. He's a big play threat. He breaks tackles. He is the true do it all back. In most running back classes, you would be talking about him as the best back in the class. So my guess is their defensive tackles went. All three of those DTs, Harmon, Grant, and Nolan were gone. Tyler Booker was gone. Zabel was gone. They feel good about their corner room. I mean, for me, I would have taken Matthew Golden, or Jihad Can't. Well, they don't need a running back, linebacker, but Malachi Starks. Like, I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. I'm definitely, as you rattle off those guys, you realize like so many of the guys they probably were targeting did go. So I understand it, but I still think someone like Matthew Golden would have been. Wow, we're up to 4,000 viewers. Shout out Anna just pointed that out, but shout out to you guys. That's a new record for sure. We were coming into this, I was like, I don't really have any expectations for how well we're going to perform this year. Last year we just surpassed 3,000, so this is a huge jump. Like, amazing, you guys. But there's so many options to watch these live streams that I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if our numbers are down this year. Because there's just so many great content creators. There's people you want to listen to. So it just means so much to me you guys are choosing this stream because, like, I mean, it just means the world to me. Like, I put so much into this, and it's just cool to, I like that it's, I don't have a guest, and we get to have the fun banter with Teddy and Anna, but it's really just a conversation with you guys and a celebration of the draft season and this amazing community. So, yeah, I'm like tearing up a little bit, but thank you guys for joining tonight. And this is just the beginning, baby. Just the beginning. And the Packers are on the clock. I guess that's why there's 4,000 viewers. Like, oh, we got to go see.
Are you going to tear up after you hear the Packers?
Yeah, the waterworks.
The wrong reasons.
The waterworks have begun. Oh, my God.
Somebody said you promised a tequila shot
if it's Matthew Golden. I would do one for Will Johnson, too. I'd be pretty fired up about either of those.
Who are you doing the Malort shot for? We should make that a thing.
Malort is if they do a bad pick.
Yeah.
There's not a ton of guys within reason outside of a freaking Quay Walker-esque, like, literally where did that come from pick. There's not a lot of guys here that I would be, like, pissed about. But also, like, dude, Matthew Golden is sitting in your lap. He's sitting there. Like,
oh, that's uncomfortable. I don't think I want that.
Like, the DTs are gone. Most of the edge guys are gone. Like, the one pick that I would just be like, all right, is, like, Donovan Ezeraku, who I'm a little bit lower on. I think he's a good number 2 rusher. I think he's going to be able to get after the quarterback. He's a fine player. It wouldn't be a bad pick. But the thought in my mind of taking him over Matthew Golden would really upset me. Yeah, it's hard to imagine a pick that would really, really tick me off. I mean, maybe if they took, like, Donovan Jackson, I would just be like, I don't think they're going to do that. Like, the guys I would have been a little bit meh on would have been, like, Jahdae Barron. He's gone. The 2 edge rushers. So, feeling pretty good. Famous last words. So, I'm assuming they're going to take a while to make this pick. I'm going to do a couple super chats here.
Well, they're playing roll out the barrel.
Nice. Roll out the barrels for Matthew Golden. I would also like Jaden Higgins. I'd be pretty pumped about that, too.
$100 super chat.
Oh, yeah?
Adonis
again!
It must be Golden because he said, open the champagne, baby, Golden. Don't even care that he's spoiling right now.
I really hope you're right, Adonis.
It has to be, right?
I mean, please. Please.
Also, don't shout out DirecTV for us being so far behind.
I feel like they haven't announced it yet.
Everyone's saying it's Golden.
Do we have any champagne? What do we got? What do we got hiding behind I'm gonna get behind the bar.
Okay, get behind that bar.
Oh, did I block it? Can you see me? I don't know if you can even know if you're seeing. I'm back here. I'm squinting to see the screen. What do we got? We got just whiskey back here. Come on, do the right thing, Goot. Do the right thing.
Oh my god, he's taking so long to announce it. Oh my god, he's taking so long.
The stress, the suspense is killing me. Matthew Golden. Matthew Golden. Come on.
Oh my god, now he's asking people to raise their hands. Oh my goodness.
I knew I should have read some super chats. I knew this was gonna take forever.
Okay, here he goes. Here he goes.
Come
Here
on.
he goes, baby.
Come on, baby!
Select. For the first time since 2002.
Oh, they did it! They took a receiver.
Matthew Golden.
Yes! Woo! They finally took who we wanted
Ow, ow! Teddy! Woo, woo, woo!
since 2002. Goot, my man. I'll never say a bad word about you until next year's draft.
Teddy! Woohoo! Teddy wants to celebrate.
Let's
Put him up there,
go!
Teddy, celebrate! Woo-woo!
Yes, Teddy! Yes, Teddy!
You gotta put the Teddy camera.
The Teddy camera's not even up. You guys, they did it. Ah, we're going to the Super Bowl. Teddy, are we going to the Super Bowl?
Teddy!
Woo!
Woo-hoo!
Yes! Hell yeah, Teddy. We're fired up. Is he a Packers fan?
No, he's a Bears fan. Say it again, Teddy. Woo-hoo!
Also, I think I still had my fine grade up there.
Somebody says ring that bell.
Oh, man. Let's go. I'm so excited. All right, let's talk about the pick. First of all, certified steal. Like, y'all are going to say, oh, TFG, of course you're going to be like your team's pick. Okay, let's check the record on that, first of all. Top 25 big board. Who's number 12 on the board there? Matthew Golden. I think he's a phenomenal football player. Reminds me a ton of Stephon Diggs. Can he eat this?
Yes. It's just sugar.
You're going to regret this when you get the pet vacuum out later, but okay, reminds me a lot of Stephon Diggs. Just not the biggest guy, a little bit more slender, but plays above the 195 pounds and just so explosive. Not even the 4.29 speed. This is something that I realized happened with Matthew Golden that was really weird to me. So he declares a little bit earlier than people, or was a little bit of a surprise declaree in that he transferred up from Houston after his sophomore year, goes to Texas, and he had to kind of get in the mix. That passing game was kind of all over the place. Quinn Ewers was playing hurt. He had to beat out Isaiah Bond as the number one target. By the second half of the year, they were feeding him. He was just producing at incredible levels. And, he declares, people didn't necessarily have him on the radar. He wasn't on like your consensus boards and stuff because it wasn't really expected that he would be in the draft. But then he comes out. Everybody's like, oh, true junior out of Texas declares. You start watching his tape and you're like, okay, I get it. The dude has elite acceleration. His route running is really good for a guy that his production was a little bit lower. He has a great release package. He's got crazy quick feet. Like, what do you need? What do you need to beat press coverage? You need a little bit of length at times, but first of all, you need the foot speed to keep guys off of you from jamming you and the acceleration to pull away from you. He's got both those things in his bag. So he can beat press. He's got sharp cuts in his routes. That all shows up after the catch where he's fantastic. But just like Stephon Diggs, the dude just makes catches that don't make sense all the time, given that he's a little bit smaller. He wins body positioning. He makes, highlight reel catches. He had the over-the-shoulder one-handed grab against Ohio State, I think, in the playoffs. But what didn't make sense to me is, okay, so he declares, and then everybody jumps on board and is like, oh, yeah, he's really awesome. Like, he's a top 20 receiver, I think. And then what happened, I've never seen a good 40 time hurt a guy as much as it hurt Golden because he runs a 4.29. And then the entire narrative on him, you didn't hear, and I'm guilty of this as well, but you didn't hear a single person bring up Matthew Golden without the caveat of, well, the 4.29 speed doesn't show on tape. And then all of a sudden you have this negative connotation with him. So, like, we were all cool with him when we thought he was going to run a 4.4 or a 4.45, but he runs a 4.29 and now we're all out. That just doesn't add up to me. For me, it's like, I don't need him to run a 4.29, but if he does, that's great. Like, if you're able to tap into that on the football field at some point, fantastic. I don't need that, though. I can be perfectly fine with him as a 4.45 speed guy. So, Ducky, hi. What's up? What's up? We got Golden. We got Golden. We did it. Really, I would argue, trying to take the Packers fan of it all out of it, one of the best picks in the entire draft so far. Seriously. And you can go back, too, to what I said about John Schneider. A couple of former Packers guys. I wonder if Gutekunst and John Schneider would have been in the building together. But a couple of guys with kind of defining weaknesses. Gutekunst has had horrible first-round picks, won't draft the first-round wide receiver. John Schneider won't take the interior offensive line. Both guys were in Green Bay in the early 2000s. Both guys overcoming their demons in this draft. Okay, the Vikings stay put and just take Donovan Jackson at 24. Interessante. It's awkward to go from praising the Packers that much to then being critical of the Vikings, because then people are going to be like, oh, wow, you're so biased. But it is early for me on Jackson. I don't hate it. I just, my question is, were the phones ringing? Because they have 4 picks in this draft. And this is just, Jackson's a good player. He's even my next best interior offensive lineman available. I understand why they want him. But were the phones ringing? Could you have moved down? I mean, the Giants just moved up. So here comes Shedeur or Jackson Dart, which would be a huge storyline if Shedeur is not the second quarterback taken in this draft. But I think for the Vikings, this is more of a C, like a fine pick for me. This, to me, is the definition of drafting for need as opposed to going best player available, at least by my evaluation. I know there's some people that are very high on Donovan Jackson. For me, he lacks a play strength aspect to be a top 30 pick in a draft. I think he's very tough. He sustains blocks well. He's got, he locks his hands in. He keeps his feet running. He's going to be a starting left guard for you. It's hard to really complain about that. But, it's just early. It's just my only commentary on it. I get it. It was the one. He's chilling. He's doing good. It was the one huge hole remaining for the Vikings, and they wanted to fill it and just make sure McCarthy has everything. He's, everything he needs. But just a little bit early. More like a C+ pick for me if I could give that. All right. Super chats, guys. We got to catch up. We're getting towards the end here, so we got
I know which one you just said.
yeah. She's single.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Moots. So Romy says, I would do anything for Will Johnson to the Seahawks. The Seahawks already picked, but I think you're probably pretty cool with the Gray Zabel pick. But Will Johnson is still there, by the way. He's definitely fallen. Brassy, this was about the Bengals. Who are the Bengals going to draft just to lose to Lamar twice a year? Woof. Green Turret, when do the Mets get a pick? Hey, Twins beat the Mets this year. It's about the only good thing they've done this year, but suck it. Go Twins. I don't know a lot about professional leagues, but great live stream so far. Looking forward to the rest of the preseason and onwards. Thank you, Green Turret. Very kind. We appreciate it. Report is from Nick. Report came out that the Lions like JT Tuimoloau. Definitely feels like they're type. It's a little early for me. I've got Tuimoloau as more of a late 2, early 3 guy, really good run defender, but not a lot of upside as a pass rusher, not a lot of athletic traits. So it'd be early for me, but it would be about the least surprising Lions pick I could think of because they have a type, right? And he's an incredible, like, culture, toughness, Detroit Lions, kneecap biter type. But I would be a little underwhelmed by that if I was a Lions fan.
So Minnesota traded back. Or did
No, Houston traded back.
Houston traded
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, Minnesota picked. You're good. What? Hang on, what do we got up on the screen right now? Okay, we're good. Super chat from Keith. I'm a Lions fan, was equally disappointed by the Gibbs pick. I respect that you acknowledged it turned out well. Yeah, man. I certainly wasn't alone in being critical of that pick, but yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs is freaking awesome, man. To be fair, I think I said he has to hit my high-end comp of Jamal Charles for that pick to be worth it, and I would say he kind of did, so at least some of the analysis was correct in there, even if I was betting against that maybe happening. Forgive me for betting against someone hitting a Jamal Charles high-end comp. Let's see. Aiden since 2020 with the super chat. Thank you. Mad Maxi. Who are the Ravens hoping for now? Will Johnson would be such a fun pick. Same system, the Mike McDonald system. They, I think, still want to play Humphrey in the slot, and Humphrey can't be, I mean, he's probably, 28 years old at this point? So I think Will Johnson getting back in that system, it's not a pick I anticipated being there, but him, I think Malachi Starks still being there is a fantastic pick, which, by the way, like, perfect example of, like, when I give the Vikings pick a C, yes, you filled the need, but you had guys like Malachi Starks on the board.
Okay, Atlanta traded up.
Oh, Atlanta traded up.
I'm sorry that I was confusing things.
I wonder if Atlanta's going for Will Johnson? That's interesting. Aggressive move from Atlanta there. He doesn't normally sit with me like this, by the way, guys. He is putting on a show for you guys.
He loves everyone.
Okay, so Giants making their pick.
Jackson Dart.
Oh my God. I'm ringing the bell, guys.
Ring it.
Not because I had Dart over Shador. I'm ringing the bell because I got hate from people when I was like, Shador needs to participate at the combine. Like, he's not a good enough prospect to just blow off the NFL like this. Well, you reap what you sow. Is that the saying? Like,
Is this the second quarterback?
yes.
Wow.
Now, I know Bengal is out there spinning in his chair. I told him, you're not going to get any more sleep after the Giants trade up for Jackson Dart or take him in the first round. We'll talk about it in just a second. But look, man, hindsight's 2020. But for me, Shador rode his hype, and he's riding it right into the second round. He blew off the process. Jackson Dart did not. Jackson Dart threw at the combine, respected the process, and this is what happens. Teams hate that shit, man. They hate when you act like you're bigger than them, especially when you have an average arm and played in the Pac-12. Like, sorry. But for the Giants, fascinating. I don't know that they had to make this move. It looks like they gave up a second and a third. I don't know if they had to make this move, but you get the 5th-year option on him. So for me, this is a firm kind of C- on this pick. I think Dart is a solid day 2 quarterback prospect. You end up taking him. I love that they were aware enough to not take the QB at 3 and get a guy much closer to where they're expected to go. I think process-wise, you could do a lot worse than what the Giants did. And I do agree. They needed to get someone that can be a QB of the future because Russ, I think, will play okay for a year. And I like that. I like that for Dart. Very kind of Jordan Love-y in terms of the process. Now, I had a much higher grade on Jordan Love coming out. I had a true first-round grade on Love, second to a third round on Dart. The thing with me on Dart that I just don't see a ton of upside, Derek Carr comp for me, abysmal pocket presence. He will bail out of clean pockets. He does not sense pressure consistently. He doesn't navigate the rush and find those. Can you just wait a second? Doesn't find those lanes to mitigate pressure and find holes in the pocket to get clean throwing windows. Like, there's so many times with Dart where he will step into pressure when he doesn't need to and makes throws harder on himself. And there's also times where he just chucks the ball into double coverage, like the end of the Florida game, and you're saying, what the hell were we looking at there? I think he's got a good arm. He's a good athlete. He can scramble. You're really hoping that the processing and decision-making can really get to a high level with Brian Dable's coaching. If it does, this can be worth it. But I just don't know that they had to do this. I really don't believe that they couldn't get him with that 36th pick or whatever it was. I don't know if he can. Yep, that's about what I expected. Nice effort. Here you go, Teddy. Oh, jeez, you guys are awful.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Give that one to Ted. All right, Falcon selection.
Yeah, this is interesting. Falcons are really going for it here, huh? I mean,
who is it? David.
I'm gonna guess Malachi Starks. Get a couple of Georgia Bulldogs. Go with the Eagles strategy.
James Pierce Jr.
Okay. There it is. I had consistently mocked James Pierce Jr. to them, but with their original pick. So just fascinating that the Falcons just said, screw our edge room. We're going to take 2 first-round edges. We're going to trade up to do it. Very fascinating. They said, we are tired of missing on edge rush prospects. So I love it. I think James Pierce, yes, he has these reports about football character, but on the field, this dude has all of the traits of a typical top 10 pick in any given draft at a premium position, obviously, of edge rusher. The thing I really like about him is we're often... Sorry, I'm trying to pull up the highlights here. We're often very critical of guys who just win off athleticism and don't have the pass rushing repertoire and all that stuff. Well, Pierce doesn't overcomplicate things. I wouldn't say he has this huge bevy of pass rush moves or anything like that. But I do see the nuance in his game where he understands how he wins, and he does set up everything really well and keeps offensive tackles guessing. So a lot of guys with his traits will just say, well, I can go speed and I can go power and that's it. Well, he's subtle in his speed in that when he does try to win to the corner, he tries to time snaps. He's really good with his hands to swipe guys' arms away. He keeps guys off of him to complement his get off and his speed around the corner. And then he really puts that fear of God in you that he's going to win that edge, and he breaks inside. Just as soon as you set too wide, he'll break inside. Uses those same good hands on an inside counter. Love that. And then what really sold me on James Pierce is for a 245-pound player, he's got power now. He can actually convert speed to power, get through you in that way too. So even if he never really develops a pass rushing skill set, I think he has the rare traits where he doesn't necessarily need to. You saw right there, he's even got an inside swim counter. So like he does have a lot of ways to beat you. It's just they're all kind of entry-level pass rush moves, if you will. He's not beating you with cross chops and ghost moves and all this absurd stuff. But I think he's an outstanding player. And for Atlanta, get that freaking pass rush right, man. Like, I'm not going to complain about getting aggressive to swing for two guys that, if they both hit, fantastic. But your kind of backup plan is the old double dip strategy where, well, there's no reason either, like both these guys fail, right? Jalen Walker, played linebacker. He doesn't have the length, but we believe in the character and him to develop. Great. You get that side. And then you get the guy who's like, tape is fantastic, but maybe there are some off-field questions. It's a good pair of swings to make. I love it. One of my favorite picks, as long as you're comfortable with the character. So
People want to know who that Dougie is.
this is Ducky. He's 2 now. He turns 2 May 9th with me. We share a birthday, actually. Yep, he is actually a Pomeranian as well. I'll just say this. Ducky doesn't let Teddy eat very often. Ducky likes to eat all the food.
Can you tell?
He's a little more of a chunk, but yeah, Ducky's great.
Okay, moving on.
Moving on. Enough screen time for Ducky. Super chats, guys. From Bryce Powell. Sanders had his dad as a coach at every level. He's played. Curious how he acts and performs now without him. Yeah, it's another thing to sprinkle in. What's up?
I was going to say, I have a coworker that has a son on Kevin O'Connell's baseball team. And it's interesting, the joke on the Little League team that he is helping with is that Kevin O'Connell has a quarterback coach for his son, a private quarterback coach for his son, even though he's one of the best quarterback coaches in the league.
That is very fascinating, but yeah, he wants...
Yeah.
He doesn't want to coach his own guy.
Yeah.
That great little inside scoop there, baby.
I know.
We got a connected producer over here. Hell yeah. Nice. Brayton, enjoy taking Darian Porter at 23. Suck it. We did the right thing this year. That is my favorite Packers pick, I think, ever. Hands, like, full stop. I was pretty pumped about Clinton Dix, but I didn't know what I know now at the time. That pick was okay in hindsight, but that's my favorite Packers pick ever. From Benji, think the Broncos stuck to their board. Smart when you consider injury history with Moss and Hufanga. Yeah, versatile secondary member. I didn't have a huge problem with that pick. Just a little bit earlier with better players available, in my opinion. At this point, the Panthers should just trade up and take Mike Green. Woo, that would be a hell of a draft. Dylan, thank you for the super chat. Red Zone Rants, thank you for the amazing year-round content. Do you think Shedeur is worth trading into round 1 for the Giants? Well, we just saw them come up for Jackson Dart, obviously. And to be clear, I don't think it's crazy to take Dart over Shedeur. So I have a 6.30 grade on Shedeur and a 6.20 grade on Dart first to a second round grade on Shador, second to a third round grade on Dart. I actually have a higher upside grade on Dart. So if you're talking about we want a guy that's going to sit and develop behind Russ with a great quarterback coach and has more upside, I agree that Dart has more upside than Shador. So I don't think it's crazy that Dart was QB2. I really don't. For comparison sakes, 6.3 on Shador, 6.2 on Dart. Hey, let's go. Malachi Starks to the Ravens. But yeah, 6.6 on Cam Ward is what I was saying there. Woo, we got another ring the bell. I think this was in my latest mock draft, but I've been talking about this as a fit for a long time. Man, this is fun. Like, totally called the hell out of this one, but I guess I will reevaluate it. But I would say, like, just go listen to what I said about it in my last mock draft. He fits in so nicely. I described this as, and I'm actually going to give this a certified steal for the Ravens. I think this is such a good pick. But when my analysis of this reminds me of a classic Ravens pick, like Tyler Linderbaum falling to them. When he did, who was the other guy? Kyle Hamilton falling to them in the middle of the first round. Like, I pictured a world where Malachi Starks was going to fall just because of the safety position and its value. He had a bit of a quieter year this year, but the Ravens are really at their best when they are a 3 safety defense with Kyle Hamilton as their big nickel corner. And this allows them to base out of 3 safety packages with Hamilton as an extension of that linebacker group, which has questions. By the way, Jahad Campbell's still available. Worth mentioning that. But it allows you to base out of 3 safety. And then the other thing is, I think a lot of Ravens fans like Adarius Washington. He had a big year for the Ravens. We are still talking about a 5'8" safety that doesn't have great speed. We saw Geno Stone have a breakout year in that secondary and then dip off immediately after they let him go. Wouldn't be surprised if they're looking at this and saying, Washington's probably not, they're not anticipating him to repeat what he did last year. If he does, that's fantastic, and they can base out of 3 safeties. But if they let him go in a year, you have Malachi Starks in the building. He was certainly one of the best players available in this spot. He's a quick twitch player. He can play slot corner if you want him to. He can play free safety. He can play strong safety. Great ball skills. Loves to tackle. There's just really not a bad word to say about Malachi Starks. So, absolute certified steal, in my opinion. Oh, Ducky, you're coming up. Ravens or Eagles.
Uh-oh.
We determined Ducky is an Eagles fan.
Do we want to say on the chat why we discern
No.
that he was an Eagles fan?
Let's let the chat guess.
He's an aquatic bird.
Well, yeah. He's a bird. He's a ducky. And he's an asshole. No, I'm just kidding! Oh, sorry to do it to you, Eagles fans. Oh,
right.
Man, that Starks
What do
pick
we
was
think?
exciting. So we got 5 picks left. I think I could buy that Detroit will take JT Tuimoloau. The Packers fan in me is terrified that they're going to go Mike Green. But the Lions haven't really shown, as far as I know, they will take risks with injury-prone players, but they haven't, as far as I can recall, gambled on character concern guys. They cut Cam Sutton as soon as his domestic violence situation rose up. They just cut ties with him. But I don't know that they would take Mike Green, or if they just say, shit, he is just too good, we have to take him. I mean, Mike Green is a top 10 player in this draft, on the field. But I'm sorry, Ducky is just distracting me too much.
Do you need me to take him?
I don't know. I'm okay. Two very big parallels there, right? You've got the high floor run defender with size that you know exactly what you're getting out of Ohio State, played at the big program for 4 years. And then on the other hand, you've got the hyper athletic guy that got kicked out of Virginia for an accusation, goes to Marshall, clean for 2 years as far as we know. But there are repercussions for our actions, and Mike Green is paying for it big time right now. I think the NFL is telling us that everything we have heard and know about that situation carries weight as well, because there's no way he would go if NFL teams were comfortable with Mike Green, the human.
So this is one of the picks I'm most curious about.
Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to take this for just a second to do a super chat just to make sure we're staying on top of everything.
Tyleek Williams.
Okay. Absolutely. With how the board has fallen for them, every DT had come off the board. Another guy that's like everything we said about JT Tuimoloau, but on the interior. And a better player, in my opinion. So I really like that. Tyleek he's so they're tight, man. He's just this massive run defending D tackle. Is this a pick that like the Packers fan in me sees and says, oh no, he's going to terrorize us? No, but he's going to make it really hard to run on them. You know, DJ Reader at this point is probably there for one more year, and even then, he's had a harder time kind of staying on the field throughout his last couple years. So that's not a bad comp for Tyleek Williams. Is a dominant run defending, 330-pound nose tackle, opens things up for Aleem McNeil, who's best as a 3-tech. McNeil might not be there right away, too, as he recovers from the end-of-season injury. So, he will have a path to play right away. Yeah, I think it's time to pass Ducky off.
Tell the chat to say goodbye to Ducky.
Okay, chat, say goodbye to Ducky. He will be back. This is your promotion to come back the next couple. Oh, saying goodbye?
Subscribe, kiss.
Like, subscribe, kiss. Okay. Thank you, Ducky. You were great. Anyway, got to change the grade. Not a certified steal on Tyleek Williams. Firm, solid, like it grade. I had him as more of an early second. I'm not being critical of the pick. It's just we're trying to save the love it grades for value was a slam dunk type of deal. Trying to be critical where we can. I mean, these teams I think have done a pretty damn good job drafting tonight. So we haven't had to dip into the. I'm not gonna put the D graphic on there because I know you guys will frame me against Lions fans, even if it's up for a split second. But yeah, makes a lot of sense when you look at that defensive line group. Figured they would go D-line because that group just needed bodies. And Tyleek is about as safe as a pick as they could have made right there, right? Like, I think Scorton would have been a good pick. Mini ring the bell for Ezeraku falling here. I just never really saw Ezeraku as a top 20 guy like a lot of the media did. So mini ring the bell there. I don't think we're going to have to wait much longer to hear his name called. But, with the run on D tackles, he was my next best defensive tackle with a top 50 grade. So, very nice pick for Detroit. All right, let's try to rip through some Super Chats here. We got to catch up. I mean, we will sit here and finish all the Super Chats before we get out of here either way. It's not TFG. I don't know what my Instagram is.
I think it's TFG_football.
For Instagram?
Yeah.
I think my Instagram is Marcus-Whitman or something, but she says it's not. Anyway, we'll figure that out. I think we're going to get everybody. We're just really behind on the Super Chats. But yes, Instagram, if you can find my Instagram, DM me. if I missed a super chat. But from Ty Kendall, I need convincing on Shamar Stewart. I've not liked him this entire process. He's literally just athleticism. Derek Harmon was right there. I like betting on traits, but my gosh, I am so unconvinced on Stewart. I'm right there with you, Ty. Generally speaking, I think betting on athleticism is okay. I think that was about the starting point where I would have the conversation on Shamar Stewart. I don't like it for the Bengals. I don't. I think you should have learned from the Miles Turner experience, in my opinion. I think he's much closer to Miles Murphy. I think he's much closer to Miles Murphy than he is to what Rashawn Gary was. Who, let's be fair, I liked Rashawn Gary coming out. So I don't have a lot of optimism to sell you. You just got to kind of pray that their coaches can do the right thing. I don't feel great about it. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to let you down. From J. Ken, at this point, we said that at this point the Panthers should just trade up for Mike Green. That would be insane. HQ says, do I like sourdough or dildo? I don't know if I've ever had dildo. I like sourdough, though. What? Oh, no. No. We got.
That's pitiful. I mean, it's absolutely pitiful to perform like that.
You got
pitiful.
us. Damn.
Okay, I'm going to read one. Cole Snipes from a super chat earlier. Will Will Johnson go to the Eagles? Howie does it again.
Oh, dang. We can't let that happen. I mean, yeah, if he's there, Howie does it again. You're totally right.
All the chat's going nutty.
Ha 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 ha. From HD, favorite creator since you were in middle school 6 years ago. Now you've graduated. Thank you for the super chat, HD. We appreciate it. Josh Connolly to the Commanders.
Junior. Josh Connolly
All right.
Jr.
There he goes. So that makes sense. I mean, I think he could start at right tackle right away. Absolutely. Connerly is super athletic, very technically sound, in my opinion. Just has got to bulk up. That's really what it comes down to. He's still young, but he will lose to the bull rush. This is a good situation where he doesn't have to play right away. I think you're maybe hoping he can get there and be better than Andrew Wiley at right tackle, but he doesn't need to play right away. But you do want to build a sustainable offensive line, and Connerly has all of the goods of a first-round offensive tackle. This is more of his range as like a late first guy because the play strength concerns are there, and guys don't always bulk up like this. But I do love it. This is, if you're terrified of the Josh Simmons injury, which is totally fair, there's just not a lot of guys that have come back from his patellar tendon tear. Or I have been informed that I've been confusing the patellar tendon injury with the patella tendon and the Liz Frank. He's a patella tendon. Torn patellar tendon. Torn patella tendon.
Yeah, your patellar tendon.
Patellar tendon. Not a lot of guys have come back for that. So if you're scared of Josh Simmons, Connerly was definitely my next best available offensive lineman, inside or out. And I think for Washington to go that route makes a ton of sense. Whether he plays right away or not, this is what smart teams do, is invest in the trenches, make sure Jaden's got time to throw. You're looking at a long-term upgrade to Andrew Wiley. It's a very, very clean, very nice pick for Washington. All right, Buffalo, save us all and take Will Johnson. We can't let the Eagles get him at this point. You got to take Will Johnson, man. Come on, Buffalo. Come on. All right, let's keep banging through Super Chats. Broshmo, what's up? He says,
Broshmo.
congrats on the pick. Leave the cowbell to me. I don't get the cowbell reference. I don't. But everybody make sure you're following Broshmo. Makes great draft content. Should be coming back on the channel, I think, for our Dolphins deep dive. So shout out Brosh. Thank you for stopping in.
Broshmo, put your link in the chat.
Drop it, Brosh. Chris Anthony says the golden pick reminds me of when the Cowboys took Lamb. I agree. Adonis says, sorry for spoiling the pick. I'm happy for you getting your guy, Marcus. Hey, Adonis, you put $205 in the super chat. You can spoil whatever picks you want.
Yes, spoil anything you want, Adonis.
Adonis has set the he set the bar at $200 to spoil a pick.
I do feel bad. We are always behind because it's just YouTube.
Yeah.
So you guys are hearing this later than it is. So it's the way it is. Sorry, guys.
We must be, unless that got spoiled on Twitter. It could have been spoiled on Twitter way before.
No, we're just behind.
No, we're not that far behind.
I mean, some people are saying we're 10 minutes behind, which is not true.
No, there's no way. We don't have the we used to have a cable box and we'd run 100-foot HDMI cable just to stay.
We are, streaming.
Yeah, now we're full on like the wireless internet TV boxes.
Nobody cares.
Anyway.
Let's move on.
What, you don't think people care about our TV setup?
No.
Nathan says, congrats. Dude, yeah, so he says, as a Panthers fan, I'm so excited we picked T-Mac. My two favorite teams are the Panthers and the Packers, and they took my guys, man. I'm so excited. I don't remember being so fired up about a draft pick, man.
Are we going to see Nathan when we go to the Panthers game this year?
Yeah, Nathan, are we going to see you down there in Charlotte? Hit us up. We're going to be down there at some point this year. We don't know necessarily when, but definitely going to go see T-Mac play. Go visit the old stomping grounds. Hit up I almost said Bourbon Street, but
That's
not Bourbon Street. They don't quite have Bourbon Street.
differences.
What is it?
What street are you talking about?
The street in Charlotte that we loved, with all the little dive bars right by the stadium.
I don't think it has a name, baby.
It does.
Okay. Well, we'll think about it later.
Oh, this is going to drive me crazy. Anyway, when Watson gets healthy later this year, who do you think Green Bay's starting 3 wide receivers will be? It would be Golden, Reed, and Watson with Dobbs and Wicks rotating. But counting on Watson to get healthy and stay healthy, I would be a little surprised if he played this year, personally. I would be pleasantly surprised, but I don't see it. I don't. Because he strikes me as a guy that tries to come back and then something like his hammy flares up, you know? So I would not consider Watson a part of this year's team. I wouldn't.
People are trying to get what you're getting at. It's not South End. It's not Uptown. I don't know what street you're talking about.
With Valhalla, it's the Valhalla bar.
The French Quarter.
French Quarter, thank you. Elite pregame street.
Okay, anyone who wants to meet us in the French Quarter.
Yeah, party in French Quarter before the Panthers game. We might have to make that happen. All of our East Coast and South. It's a nice potential meeting spot. We could do a little channel meetup for everybody in the area. All right, Bills picks coming in.
Maxwell Harrison.
Wow. Over Will Johnson. Wow. Didn't see that coming. So the Will Johnson fall. The Eagles are going to get him. Jeez. All right. Interesting pick. All I'm going to say is if Will Johnson is a superstar for the Eagles and Maxwell Harrison isn't good, I'm so freaking tired of the Bills, man. I do like Harrison. I don't think it's a bad pick. I think this is kind of like a B pick for me. I agree with going corner. Clearly they're worried about the Mike Green thing. Teddy. He was a little too sleepy. What was that mean?
No, I got worried.
Oh, I scared you? I just wanted to spook Teddy. Anyway, Harrison's a good player, man. He's got great ball skills, incredibly athletic. He played in a system at Kentucky that is very similar to what the Bills do, a ton of off zone. He gives you some playmaking on the back end. I mean, when he jumps a route, it's like, not only can he close space quickly, but he's got the hands to secure interceptions. And he's got the speed to, like, change games with pick sixes and stuff. He didn't run a lot of man coverage, which, again, in Buffalo, that's fine. They don't like to really run man a whole lot. But I think he can do it more. It's just time on task. He's lacking it. So that's kind of the projection on him, is how good can he be at man. But the way he moves, the way he kind of jumps balls, I see a little Jair Alexander in there with him. I understand why the NFL loves him. I do. It's just to take him over Will Johnson is very curious to me. But I think it's a solid pick. I had Harrison inside my top 50. Let's see. Or did I? He might have just missed it. Yeah, because I got Barron there at 48. I think Harrison's like probably... Can I take the mouse? Harrison ended up, let's see, 50. Where is he? No, he's on there. He's 45th. I'm just not. I actually had him above Jahdae Barron. Yeah. I thought I didn't think I was crazy. So it's a solid pick. You know, if you're really worried about Will Johnson and Ben Morrison, like, teams are going to know better about Benjamin Morrison than we are because he's coming off a hip injury, which is very scary for corners. So, the Eagles traded up.
Okay, I was so confused why I had this wrong.
Eagles traded up. So I wonder, it's interesting. They just swapped with Kansas City. So they were coming up. Oh, God, Howie's fist pumping. Howie is, like, reenacting the Jesse Pinkman meme right now. This has got to be Will Johnson, right? Why does the league keep letting them get this? It's just absurd. Or maybe they're taking Mike Green, which would be another crazy pick for them. All right. I'm annoyed, but we're going to keep doing the show. Let's keep going through these super chats. Cody says, I was so sure they weren't going to pick Golden. I am happy. I was cautiously optimistic because I've been thinking for a long time, like, the board could fall really nicely for them to take a guy like him who actually does fit, I think, what they look for in a wide receiver. He plays big, you know, and they like speed. They like big schools. They like younger prospects. Like, he definitely felt like a Packers guy, and hell yeah, man. So from Coulter, Rams traded back. The pick after the Giants went for Dart. Is it possible they could have wanted him, then pivoted after the Giants took him? It is 100% possible, and I wonder if that's a question that will be asked to them. That's absolutely possible. Dart really always made sense with the Rams, so absolutely possible that the Rams were eyeing Dart. From Sam, at this point, is Will Johnson's knee a real concern? No way he falls otherwise. I think it's his foot was the concern. I mean, I suppose it just doesn't add up to me to fall this far. I mean, into the early 20s, sure. But this is so annoying, man. He's the perfect Vic Fangio corner. He really is. And to me, this just screams the league overthought this. And, God, dude, that's like the best cornerback trio in the league. I'm speechless, man. Will Johnson, Quinyon Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean, all three of those guys are players that never should have been available where the Eagles were able to get them. It's just too perfect. And it's so annoying. Like, Eagles fans, you wonder why we don't like you. It's because you have the best GM in the league, and he just sits here and runs circles around everybody.
And you pee on our carpet. Ducky.
Oh. Oh, man. That confused me so much. All right. Reel it in. We got 2 more picks to go.
People probably don't even know what you...
No, they have no idea why I'm laughing. Ducky pees on our carpet, and he's an Eagles fan, and we yell at him for it. Long story short. From Tanner, congrats on getting Starks, Tanner. And yes, appreciate the congratulations on getting Golden. Our team's nailed it, man. From Denali, hey, I'm at the bottom of the scroll here. I think I'm actually caught up. NFL Sicko here, ripped through all of the positional rankings. Thank you for the content. Thank you for watching, Denali, and thank you for the super chat. Monty, talk coming out of the Broncos. They were locked in on Ibuka and got blindsided by the Bucks. Would make sense why the pick took so long. And Peyton looked not thrilled on the cam. Yeah, that totally adds up. Ibuka would...
Someone wants to know if we're going to do a terrible EAGA alias.
No, you guys don't get that. Did we do that last year? We did that last year.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that makes sense. The Broncos kind of, not panic-picked, but settled, if you will. And that Ibuka was their guy. I don't know why they wouldn't like Matthew Golden, personally, but... All right, Eagles pick. Here we go. I mean, this is either Mike Green or... Oh, I mean, still a great pick. Not what I saw coming, but I get why Howie was fired up. You know what's funny is my pro comp on Jahad Campbell was Zach Bond. So, like, there you go. They got 2 of them. Yeah, I mean, dude's a freak. He's, the way I describe him is built in a lab, Madden create-a player type of linebacker. He's not perfect. Personally, as a Packers fan, fired up about the Matthew Golden pick that knows we have to get past the Eagles, I'd rather they take Campbell than Will Johnson or Mike Green, but this is still an incredible pick. Was a top 20 player on my board and most people's board. Insane playmaker, relentless blitzer. They might even use him on the edge a little bit. Needs to develop like the zone IQ and some of the coverage stuff. It wasn't always perfect there. I think as a run defender, he needs to learn to take on blocks better. He needs to get better on his read keys. Just with any young 21-year-old linebacker, you're going to have questions about the way they process the game. It's just these linebackers get put in such a bind. It's damn near impossible to play this position in the modern NFL. But what a better guy to learn from than Zach Bond, Vic Fangio. Running into the middle of this defense is going to suck with Campbell, Bond, frickin' Cooper DeJean will come up and hit you. Like, definitely get why Howie was fired up about this. This is still a really good pick. It's just we kind of sold ourselves on the Will Campbell selection. So it looks like Will Campbell's going to fall to day 2 of the draft at this point because I don't think Kansas City's going to take him. They might. Did I say Will Campbell? Will Johnson. Will.
There's been 2 Campbells. I don't think there's 3.
Well, I got confused because Will Campbell and Jahad Campbell. Will Johnson is what we're talking about. But yes, I would say this is somewhere between a certified steal. Sorry, the grade I haven't updated yet. Somewhere between a certified steal and a love it pick. If I pull up the big board, he was 18th on my board. So probably at that point, another certified steal for the Eagles. It's surprising that they took a linebacker in first round. One of the stories of this draft, honestly, is I think we get a little too caught up at this point, and there's a reason for it, but, oh, my team will never take this. They've never done this. For a long time, oh, the Eagles would never take a linebacker. Oh, the Packers, well, for a really long time, would never take a first-round wide receiver. The Seahawks will never take an interior offensive lineman. Well, all 3 teams broke their very long trends. I think in general, teams are just getting better at drafting. Like, that's been a takeaway of mine for years. We haven't had a single use of this grade or the F grade, which we've done in years past, but we haven't used a single of that. We've had a couple fine picks, but we haven't had a single pick where, like, I don't understand the thought process on it. I think everybody's doing a pretty good job drafting. Producer Anna is raising her finger. What's up?
Since we're ending the nearing the end.
Yep, ending the near.
If you haven't got your super chat answered, go to TFG_football on Instagram, and we are going to answer them. So send it to Marcus's DM on Instagram, and we'll get those answered by the end of the stream.
Great. I'm going to keep catching up on them. So we're pretty close to being caught up. Yeah, please watch Will Ferrell cowbell bit from old SNL. I'm not that young. Of course, the Will Ferrell cowbell bit.
Know that?
The more cowbell bit? The Chippendales?
Oh, I gotta watch it.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Then we got from Aiden, Brandon Bean is a generational foot shooter, and it's driving me nuts. We'll see. Harrison's a fun player. Wouldn't have been my pick. I don't think it's horrible. A lot of upside there, but I agree. It's just Brandon Bean. I don't have a lot of trust in him as a GM at large. I think he's like a very stable guy, but they have struggled to get over the hump for a reason. Maybe they're over-adjusting, trying to take the corner with all this crazy upside. I don't know.
I got one from the chat. As a Jets fan, how does Mimbu rank as a prospect coming out of coming out Fanshua last year?
Oh, versus Fashanu. Fashanu was a little bit higher, and there's the Josh Simmons pick to the Chiefs. We'll come back to that, but this has to be talked about. Josh Simmons. This is a ring the bell moment for me because I've said this many times. This is the pick. I've joked about it with guests and everything. This is the pick the league couldn't have let happen. Josh Simmons is one of the best players in this draft. Full stop. He would have been a top 5 pick, probably to the Patriots at number 4, if he didn't suffer a brutal torn patella tendon midway through his season. His tape's awesome. His athleticism's awesome. His technique is incredible. I don't think he had a lot of pressure at all in his final season. He's athletic. He can move block. Reminds me a lot of David Bakhtiari. And the Chiefs just got him at the end of the first round. But can he recover from the injury? That's it. I mean, that's Josh Simmons in a nutshell. But for me, certified steal grade for the Chiefs, I think it's so smart because they have guys that can play tackle this year. And maybe at the end of the year, Simmons is good to go. Maybe week 1 he's good to go. There's been positive reports. I'm really happy for Josh Simmons. that he gets to go in the first round to such a team as the Chiefs, I mean, he's probably ecstatic to get to land there. But what a vote of confidence in the injury recovery. I mean,
How did we let
spectacular.
This happen,
How did we let this happen? Exactly.
Speaking from the rest of the league.
Yeah. I mean, we've been joking about it for 3 weeks, and it just happened. So it's another phenomenal pick. But we do have some super chats to catch up on before we wrap this sucker up. So,
Not to sound cheesy or anything, thank you for all the people that have been here.
yes, incredible night. Incredible night. And if you're tuning out, we'll see you tomorrow,
Some
man.
people are asking if you're going to be on tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. We will be here not just tomorrow, but day 3 as well. Same thing. Yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. I mean, this is just the beginning. Day 2, I think I like day 2 even better than day 1 because that's where the real hard decisions get made. That's where you can really find those steals that, like, you have those drafts, you look back and, like, how do we let them get away with that? It's one thing for it to happen in the first round, but you find these, like, all-pro talents on round 2, and sometimes we're able to predict who those guys are when they get drafted. I mean, like Mike Green tomorrow. Who's going to end up with Mike Green? Like, very, very fun conversations day 2.
Where does Shedeur land?
Shedeur is still there. Cleveland has the number 1 pick tomorrow morning or tomorrow evening. Cleveland could walk out of this with him. I don't know if they want to do that, though, after they load up on all those picks. So lots of conversations to have. But we do have some super chats. We got to return back to you guys. So, Ethan, you were just asking, how does Membu compare to Fashanu? I did have Fashanu higher. I think I had a 6.8. Let's see. Yeah, I had a 6.8 grade, I believe, on Fashanu and a 6.7 on Membu. So they were close, but I do think Fashanu is a better overall prospect. More length, left tackle over right tackle. Not that matters that much, but they were close, but I did have Fashanu better. But what a tackle duo to have for the Jets. Love that pick. Harley, favorite Charlotte spots.
Oh my God.
Mertz, Heart and Soul.
Roosters.
Yeah, Roosters was so good in Uptown. We went there many times. That's our number 1. And just, I mean, shout out to Optimist Hall and all the great spots in Optimist Hall. Those would be the top 2.
Yep.
And to the Bills fans out there, we were big tavern on the tracks
Tavern on
fans.
the tracks.
One more. Can you look up the name of that Italian restaurant while we're? Okay, that's good enough. So Thomas says Green Bay got to find a way to get Donovan Ezeraku tomorrow. I'm game. Ezeraku's not a guy that I'm like, we got to trade up and get him. I like him. He played with Halfley. I'd be down, but I don't think I'm trading up to get Ezeraku. I think the edge class is deep enough that we can let the board come to us. Also would love to get a corner. If they're trading up for anybody, I would trade up for Will Johnson, who's still there. That would be, oh my God. If the Packers somehow come away with Will Johnson tomorrow, oh, you saw the celebration tonight? Look out. From Viviana, I want to cry. Can we ban the Eagles from drafting in the first round? Yeah, they stole your guy. They stole Jahad Campbell. Adonis just came in with another $75. Dude, thank you so much. Like,
Adonis,
seriously.
Thank you.
So kind.
So much.
So kind. Amazing.
That is going to support us so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Seriously. Tanner, what's up, Tanner? Another Fly Eagles Fly comment. Love the pick. Yeah, definitely agree. Less bad picks this year. I totally agree.
I'm going to make a comment, too. There was only 2 trade-ups.
3, because the Jags did it right away. And then you had the...
Okay, so 3.
Yeah, because the Falcons. Giants and Falcons traded up at the end of the first.
But usually I feel like there's a lot more...
Usually, yes, but last year was pretty slow, too. I think there was only a couple last year as well. I think.
I'm curious how second round will go.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, dude. Adrian, couldn't have put it better myself. Shedeur Sanders came in 3rd in a 2-man race.
Yes.
Salute to you. That is so well said. I would like your permission to steal that tweet because that is so So spot on. Wow, that's really well said. Sims, love how the board fell for the Titans. What are your predictions at 35, assuming they stick and pick? Appreciate the content and congrats on Golden. Either Jaden Higgins or Luther Burden for the Titans. Get Cam Moore to playmaker, man. That's my opinion. Again, Adonis, thank you. Spina says the Browns could walk out of here with Shador and Mike Green. I mean, be pretty nasty with an extra first next year and Mason Graham on top of that. Absolutely. Tanner says, where do I think Shador goes? I actually kind of think Cleveland might not take him. I thought I turned it on. It's on. I got it. I mean, I'm pulling up the draft order. You got, I mean, maybe New Orleans would do it. The Jets, this could be a big fall. I don't know. I don't know that Cleveland is like all about it. But it's gonna be such a big storyline tomorrow. I'm excited to find out. From Death Dealer, who are the Texans targeting at pick 34? They definitely got thrown off with all those guards being gone. All the I mean, like maybe Arianti Ursary if they wanted to go O-line. They could go with like Luther Burden would be an excellent pick for them. I think he would fit really well in that offense. I'm going to go Luther Burden for the Texans. All right. I think we got the Pats. Someone says, who should the Pats take tomorrow at 38? Jaden Higgins or Luther Burden? Go get that playmaker. You got your offensive line. You got to get a playmaker. Those are the two kind of quote unquote premium talents. I had first to a second round grade on both those guys, Burden and Higgins. Make it happen. I would trade up, make it happen. You feel really good. You walk out of here with a tackle and a receiver. Just move a couple spots because those are going to be high flying targets. Thomas says Ewers to Green Bay. Dude, at this point, bring him in. I don't care. We got Matthew Golden. As long as it's a 4th round pick. Reunited with Matthew Golden for all I care. I think we're all caught up.
Bears taking running back at 39 or 41.
Yeah, Bears taking a running back would make a ton of sense.
Double Bob says Bears taking a running back at 34 or 39 and 41.
Who should it be? For me, it is Quinshon Judkins. I don't like them taking Travion Henderson because there's so much DeAndre Swift in his game, in my opinion. You got DeAndre Swift at home. I would go get more of a 3-down back in Quinshon Judkins and take that to the bank. So the Falcons gave up a future first to go get Pierce. That's crazy. So was it a second and a future first? Because they really had to jump up there. And that was Houston that traded down, right? I mean, good for Houston to go get loaded up on picks for next year, right? That's unless I'm getting that wrong. It was another team that traded up, but Houston now has 3 first-round picks next year. Am I getting that wrong? So I agree it's a lot to pay. I do think James Pierce is really, really good. So
say the super chat before you respond to it.
That was from Julius. We got one from Adrian. Thank you. We got one from Tanner again. I wonder what Pittsburgh's going to do at QB. I think it's Rodgers. I still think it's Rodgers. they'll have to go get someone tomorrow. They don't have a second-round pick, so they'll have to.
So who do you think that will be?
Tyler Shook, Shador. Those would be my two answers. And I like Tyler Shook. I think he'd play really well in Pittsburgh, but feel pretty good about it being Rodgers. I do. Optimal pick at 37 for Las Vegas is Burden, right? Yes. Dude, yes. You talk about the rack bros. Burden, another impossible player to get down after the catch. That would be, I mean, the Deebo Samuel comps are out there. I compared him to DJ Moore. You put him in the mix there. I'm in on the Geno Smith Raiders, like, making some real noise, like, as a frisky playoff team next year. Like, no one's going to want to play that group. Good D-line, good coaching, impossible to tackle, chip on their shoulder squad with Geno and Pete.
I just want to point out, somebody liked Geno Smith before.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, not even kidding. We were watching a preseason game, and it was Drew Lock and Geno Smith. And Anna legit, not even kidding, was like, I believe in Geno. Like, I think he's going to do good this year. And it was just completely out of nowhere because you had no reason to believe that. Nobody did. But you were the only person I've heard call that Geno was going to, like, do it that year. So, shout out. All right, I think we're good. I think we are good. We are more than good, you guys. Amazing Super Chat support. We hit a new high. I did not anticipate that. 4,000 high when the Packers were picking. I mean, you guys, I am so thankful. It's such a great community. You guys are amazing. This is just the beginning. We got another 8 or 9 hours of this to go, which is why I should probably stop talking because I'm feeling my voice fall off. Yeah, we'll be live kind of like right when things are starting tomorrow. Probably go like 10 minutes before. So like, yeah, we'll go 5:45 Central, 6:45 Eastern. Yeah. We'll see you guys there. You're amazing. Great night. Congrats everybody who had a good pick. And I don't think anybody had a horrible pick, so congrats on that. Yeah. We're out of here. See you guys. Wow.
Holy shit,